Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. I'm happy to have some of our speakers today here. We're going to talk about collective growth. And what I'm going to do first, my name is Barbara. I'm your host, and I'm going to navigate you into this beautiful event today, the collective growth. We're going to hear lots from our speakers. They are all beautiful, powerful speakers, bringing lots of light to everybody, because we all need to wake up to our collective truth instead of just our own path, our own abilities to grow. But what about our collective ability to grow? Because we need to be strong to go through important changes that are happening right now in everybody's life. So before we start, I'm going to speak to you about what inspired me to create this event. So I was looking around me and I observed the world around me, and I saw so many people that have accepted fear as their reality. You see them sinking more and more into fear, the doom scenarios, the disease, the death, economic decline, freedoms taken away from them, social structures collapsing. So human beings are entering into one maze, and then they're coming out, they're entering into another maze. Fear creates mazes that blocks people and imprisons them, and there's no way out. They have to get out from these mazes and start transforming, creating their lives. People have to get off from the hamster wheel, slow down, be present, and take an active role in the collective shifts that are happening right now. So this is why collective growth is very important at this present moment. The people of Earth have to heal the schisms and the separation that exists within their being, and start looking with clarity at the growth opportunities that can guide them to their path. So your true path is not an invention of your mind. It was created at the beginning of this reincarnation to help you fulfill your purpose and have an effortless life on Earth. So effortless life is the product of unity and growth. You are called to heal your schisms and traumas, clear the confusion, strengthen and balance the physical body, and bring peace and growth to your whole being. So in this state, all of us can experience a true power, and we can be ready to unite with all life and be part of the collective growth. So this is just my introduction. This is why I created this event, because I want all of us to connect and grow together, and our speakers, who are very powerful, beautiful people, they're going to share with us their light and tell us how we're going to grow collectively, how we can be not in this fear state, but to be in a state of growth, in a state of truth, in a state of freedom. So this is my introduction. Thank you so much for being here with us, all of us who are watching, but also the beautiful speakers who are here. And Maya can introduce the first speaker of the symposium.
Yes, thank you. It is my honor to be introducing Barbara Rosenkruis, who is the co-founder of the Pantheon of Aeternam, the community of light. Our mission is to support humanity to experience their divine plan, become creators of their lives, and live an effortless life, connecting to the earth and to the cosmos. We teach people a unique purification process, which includes the study and practice of observation, creating a space of peace, connecting to your whole being, and allowing the energies of the cosmos and earth to enter your body and start your healing process. We want to teach people a new healing modality that can help them purify from imbalances, trauma, and fear patterns. Life can become an effortless flow of growth when people are free to follow their divine plan. And so thank you, Barbara.
Thank you,
for being here, and I would love to hear your topic.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you for the introduction. I thought that Maya can introduce me because it will be a little odd if I introduce myself. So my topic is about connecting to Earth. And why is this important at this time? Human beings live their lives disconnected from Earth. They don't connect to Earth's energies. They see themselves as superior. They disconnect from the Earth purpose, and they live a life of distraction. They're distracting themselves. And this has to stop. Human beings have to connect to Earth in order to have clarity. Otherwise, they will live a life of complete confusion. And when you live a life of complete confusion, you are destroying yourself. You cannot see. You wear a blindfold and you're just walking. You're at the edge of a cliff and you don't know where you're going. I thought that Maya can introduce me because you are destroying yourself. No problem.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So connecting to Earth is very important because Earth has created our physical body. Earth knows the purpose of this physical body. Earth knows our beautiful abilities that they're carried in the body. So if we connect to Earth, we connect to a high creator. And this is, we can grow with her. We can become co-creators with Earth. And if we connect to Earth, then we experience collective growth because we can see ourselves as part of Earth's creation. We're experiencing the collective growth on Earth. And then it is not difficult to experience the cosmic growth because it is the microcosm and the macrocosm. They are connected. They can become one. Everything exists in unity. So before we start connecting to the cosmic energies, to the high light of the cosmos, to the high planes, looking for transforming ourselves into a high being, first we have to connect to Earth and honor this connection. And some of you will say, how can we do that? It is not difficult to do that. You live on Earth. Change your lives, change your lifestyle. Unfortunately, people like me who live in a Western society, in a city, we don't have opportunities to connect to Earth because everything around us is artificial. But when we start seeing that everything is artificial, then we are making a step forward. We are going to seek Earth. We are going to ask ourselves, where can we go from here? If everything is artificial, we have to go to a place where we connect to Earth. And where is this going to be? I personally am going to move to a place that I grow my own food. My entertainment is being on Earth and connecting to elements. I want to connect to people who understand and experience the same. And this is how you build communities. So if you remain in an artificial environment, accepting this artificiality as truth, and you don't do anything about it, you don't change your life, you don't give opportunities to yourself to grow with Earth, then your connection with Earth will become will be just a dream, just a fantasy. And we don't want to have fantasies. We want to experience growth on earth right now, this present moment. We want to grow ourselves and we have light enough to help us experience the collective growth. If you're just looking for your path, you're taking a very narrow route. But if you are looking for your path and then you're opening up to see what else is connecting to me right now, what light, what power, what nourishment, what is connecting to me right now? I want to consciously connect to everything that is connecting to me, everything that is part of my being, because this is how you experience collective growth. So you can experience collective growth when you make changes in your life, remove all artificiality, be conscious, live a conscious life, make conscious choices, accept and see the beauty of Earth, become one with Earth's beauty, see the beauty of Earth in you, see yourself as part of Earth's creation. You're not superior, you're not inferior. You are one with Earth. And start a new life, start new communities, bring people together. And these people are going to, all of them together, to be part of this collective growth. And this is how we can change life on Earth. We can be prepared for what is coming, for the shifts, for the fear state, for everything that is coming to human beings. We are prepared. We are connecting to Earth. We are supported by Earth. So this is very important to me, and I want this to be important to everybody. All human beings have to connect to Earth right now and make changes. And I hope my talk was inspiring. I want to see more people building communities, live close to Earth, connect to the elements, and remove artificiality from their lives. I know it's going to be beneficial and very transformative for all human beings. So thank you for listening to my talk, and I would like to encourage some conversation about this. So perhaps our speakers, maybe somebody wants to ask a question or to start a conversation about this. Feel free to do so.
That was beautiful. I love it so much, Barbara. And I know nowadays people may hear this, and I know people may wonder, how can we be so connected to Earth when so much of what we are of our daily lives are immersed in technology? We feel like we're becoming separated. How can we go back? Is there some first steps that, and how is this viable that you see?
I'm going to experience this myself. I'm going to go to a country where there's not, technology is not the focus there. But I think that in some ways we need some technology, and the balance, a healthy balance is important, but not to be absorbed by technology. We have to live our lives on Earth, and we have our main interest, our main focus is to be with Earth, to connect with the beauty of the planet. And technology is helpful, but not to the extent that absorbs us, and we are constantly using technology to have a life. So technology is not our life, it's just a tool. And if we find a nice balance then we can be truly happy using technology and mainly being with Earth, connecting to Earth. I hope that this was it was a good, I don't know, an interesting answer. I hope maybe somebody else has a different approach, but this is what I see as a possibility.
Some things I could share. I loved your talk, Barbara. That was so beautiful. And I just love listening to your voice. It's so soothing. It's like very meditative. So thank you. And
thank you, Sydney. Thank you very much. You live also in a beautiful place there in Maui. So you're close to nature.
I'm in nature. And I'm so grateful to live in a place where there's such an abundance of ways to connect with the land and just like pristine natural beauty everywhere I look. And it's been a process, actually. For me, there was a healing around worthiness that actually had to happen before I was kind of allowed to come here. It felt like, like, am I allowed to live somewhere where I can really rest, where I can really nourish myself, where I can really relax? And there has also been a nervous system healing. I've grown up my whole life in big cities, San Francisco, LA, New York, some of the busiest places on earth. And I love the frenetic energy, or maybe I don't love it, but I grew up with it. So I learned to love it and thrive in it. I move so fast and think and just be in the concrete jungle. And frankly, kind of developed an addiction to adrenaline, as a lot of us do who grew up in those kinds of environments. And there's so much to love about that, the creativity and the innovation and the genius that can be there in the community, and it's really exhausting. And at a certain point on my path, when I started to get more connected to intuition and my own energy system, I realized how depleting it was to actually be in a space that, as you said, has so much artificiality. And, even the thought of, wow, why is everything covered in concrete? Like, how do we even arrive to a point of that making sense, that we would cover, when we walk on the earth with our bare feet, we immediately harmonize. We come into resonance with the planet that literally resources us at the deepest possible level. How was it ever a thought that we just block ourselves off from that and wear shoes or even high heels? And so there's just so many things I started to see through. And but what I want to offer to anyone listening who's kind of like, how do I start? And maybe you live in a city and you're like, the nearest tree is like miles away. What do I do? And there's so much you can do. And you don't have to feel like you have to go move across the world and go, move to Maui or something. There's a lot of ways to connect. You can even just connect in your consciousness, a couple minutes here and there throughout the day. Deep, deep breaths, connect with the core of the earth. Just connect with the soles of your feet, touching the earth. Sounds so simple, but for so many, this can be revolutionary. And the slower we start practicing our breath, we heal our nervous system. We naturally come into more attunement with the earth's harmonic resonance, and we can more effectively resource ourselves and feel present and feel calm, and we naturally heal trauma. So that's really the most simple thing. The other things coming up are salt baths. If you don't live by water, take baths with lots of salt, essential oils, plants, herbs. There's so many ways to connect with nature through the elements, as you said, and just get creative and see what naturally is calling you forth. Maybe you want to learn more about herbs and teas and tinctures and things like that connect you with the earth. So those are just a few things that came up. Thank you for
great, Sydney. Thank you very much. Very inspiring. You gave us a lot of good advice there. So that was lovely. Thank you so much. Anybody else has anything else to talk about on this topic, on connecting to earth, or any questions? And
I just wanted to add to that. That was beautiful, Sydney, because I 2 years ago, I moved to a place, I got married and with my husband, now husband, we moved to a place that was clearly meant to be, but is a kind of a harsh environment. But as far as I'm concerned, a sacred place. We're very close to a huge desert of selenite, right? So it's not for everybody. And so what you said is so true. Our nervous systems get to be on overload. And I know living here has gotten me really clear about everything. Everything is really sacred. So even in a city, there are birds that we can hear. Life really wants to love us, but we're so busy looking at everything else, noticing everything else, that we don't notice even the gratitude for being able to breathe, which we can do in a city. I've always been in a city myself, and there are always birds, and there's always something, even in the midst of the city, where we can connect with something that's very subtle, that is part of Earth. We can bless Earth for being the foundation for this infrastructure that we've appreciated and whose time is coming to, turn into something else. It's birthing the things that we don't want. The endless seas of concrete are really helping us to realize that cities need to be designed in a different way. So even we can be grateful for the birthing of these new ideas of new cities with more green belts, less pollution. So, it's always, no matter where we are, we can get quieter and quieter and find more ways to just truly breathe in the gift of Earth, no matter where we are.
Yes, I agree with what Wanda, what you're saying is right. Because some people cannot move. They have to stay in the city. So they have to find another way to connect.
Mm-hmm.
But I think eventually we all have to find a way to create communities that they don't have the artificiality of the city. But I think this will take some time for everybody. It's difficult for big changes to happen. It will take time. So if it's not happening, we have to find ways to connect to Earth no matter what. That's great. Thank you, Wanda. Thank you for this. It was very useful for everybody. It was great. So does anybody else have any other questions or something that they want to say about this?
I'll just add one more thing about this, what Sydney brought up about worthiness, and that it is like an initiation of self-love and self-worth and trust to be able to slow down and to trust the universe, because we are so conditioned to produce and accomplish and it's a survival mechanism as well. And so when we make that choice to slow down or move away from more productive geographic areas and have more solitude and deeper experiences of community, there's a certain trust, a level of trust that we have to cultivate, that that we will be able to provide for ourselves and we will be taken care of, and that we can allow ourselves that space to grow. And so so that helps me in when I make some decisions to slow down, to trust.
Yes, that's right. That's what you're saying is very important, Anna. We need to, this trust, this opening, loving ourselves, loving Earth, and have this trust to connect to what is nourishing to us, because we have forgotten this. We have forgotten how to nourish ourselves. So trusting is very important. I have some questions here from some people who are watching, and somebody's asking, how do you connect to Earth outside of the cities? So if you're not in the city and you're in a rural area, you have the opportunity to connect to earth. You are like Sydney, for example, she can go to the sea, she can go to a rainforest, she can enjoy walking around without shoes, and she can feel the breeze. And it's absolutely beautiful to have the opportunity to do this in a rural environment. So if you're not in the city, then you have these opportunities. But if you are in a city, then the opportunities get a little less. What would be a way to connect with the earth when one gets up in the morning? It is as simple as walk or putting my hand on the grass. Neat ideas, thank you. So when we wake up in the morning, how can we connect to earth? There are so many different practices: breathing, meditating, connecting to earth's energies, also nourishing your body with something that is what I do is I just drink some lemon and water in the morning, and in the winter I add some manuka honey, and this I don't need to eat anything else. That's my breakfast. And it's very nourishing, and gives you a lot of energy. So everybody has a different routine. So this is something that you need to find yourselves, but definitely constantly nourishing your body. If you want energy, you can use some of the energy remedies. If you want to relax, you can also use something, a relaxing tea. Juices, not overeating, I think is very important. So you can replace some of your meals with some juices, some smoothies, and eat light. This is what I think, what I do. What about you ladies? What are your practices when you wake up in the morning? What is your practice?
Well, in the morning when I'm almost awake, I begin my gratitude for all the events of the day, the people that I will cross paths with during the day, but also my gratitude goes to the planet itself. I have a name for her which comes to me from my recollections of Lemuria. So I call her Mother Gaia, and I have gratitude to Mother Gaia for the very food that I will eat during the day, for the air that I breathe. When I actually get up out of bed and place my feet on the floor, I'm immediately connecting the soles of my feet to the core of the earth. It has taken me some time to get this practice and for it to become automatic for me. That's the first thing that I think of when I begin to wake up in the morning. But certainly our intention helps as well. And I'm also one who loves my crystals. So I sleep with crystals. So I'm always connected with the earth. I wear crystals. So crystals are always around me. So this is my practice in the morning. And of course, as you mentioned, breakfast is a smoothie. And that's it. That's breakfast until and I probably don't eat anything until sometime in the afternoon. And just touching on the things that you mentioned earlier, Barbara, I actually have moved also with my husband to an area outside of the city. I live in a forested area, and I do actually grow some of my own food. We have rainwater tanks to catch the rain. We have solar water heating, And also I thought that it would be very helpful for the environment. So I have also started a beehive, because I know that bees are very important to the environment. So they're all the things that I've wanted to do. And I'm always learning more things about how to live in harmony with the earth. And of course, when we moved here, as I said, I'm very much in tune with crystals. So I put crystals in the earth, return them to the earth as part of a grid that I was shown that I needed to put around the property, so that it maintained a higher frequency. So there's just some of the things that I do.
That's great, Maya. You do lots, and it's great. So you're connecting to Earth. That's beautiful. And Australia is a beautiful country also. You have lots of opportunities there to connect to Earth. That's great. Anybody else wants to quickly make the comments about the morning practice?
I will. I don't have a long process that I go through in the morning, though I wake up now just grateful and excited to be alive and in a body during this time on Earth, and being the expression of creation. Earth is just the best dimensional reality to create, because there are so many things that could be better. So, my work is really all about creation. So I wake up automatically in the morning wondering, what am I going to dance with today? What can I play with? So I'm out here where there are road runners and lizards and things like that. And 30 minutes, we're actually 30 minutes from the mountains. So I get up there as much as I can. We went up there yesterday in the afternoon in the convertible to see the leaves changing. So I believe that my gratitude, my deep, deep gratitude that I am here to play, and that Earth, I'll say this again, that everything is here to love us, and that I truly love everything about the planet for what it's showing us. So that's my energy set point for the day, being grateful and excited, so grateful for Earth and everything that is here for us to experience.
It's great, Wanda. It's very healing to have this gratitude first thing in the morning. You're waking up and you're just opening yourself to Earth with gratitude. It's very powerful. It sets you in a very positive note for the whole day. So it's beautiful. Thank you for sharing this.
You're welcome.
Want people to have more comments about this, because the time is running, and I want to introduce Maya, and she will be the next speaker. Maya is International Light Language Channel and DNA Activator. She channels messages from the Star Mothers, a group of light beings from many planets in our galaxy, and ascended masters. Maya is a Gong Sound Bath practitioner, speaker and teacher in practice for over 14 years. She offers workshops, online classes, and private online sessions, which bring people far more than releasing, healing, and balancing, DNA activating, frequency shifting, and self-empowerment. Maya's talk is the importance of self-love and introspection as part of the coping mechanism for navigating the challenges of today's world. Maya, thank you for being here, and I'm looking forward to hearing you speak about this beautiful topic.
Well, thank you, Barbara. Thank you for inviting me along. I'm very honored to be here amongst so many wonderful women, and we're all working towards the same thing. If I can just quickly also mention, particularly for the benefit of the listeners, there is one other way that everyone, a lot of people connect to the earth, and that is that many humans are living with their pets. And of course, we know whatever your pet is, a bird, a dog, a cat, a lizard, whatever it is, fish, they are part of the earth. And so it is, as we go about our day and we're looking at our pets, patting them, feeding them, interacting with them, this is another way of connecting with earth as well, because they are very much part of this planet. Definitely. So I just thought I would finish that off. But yes, the importance of self-love. Oh, gosh. We are living in unprecedented times. Humanity has never gone through a period in its history like we're experiencing right now. We call this journey that we're on a journey of awakening, a journey of expanding consciousness, the Ascension path. We've got so many names for what we're going through now, but both as an individual and as a collective, we are asked to go deep within, to begin to align ourselves with our sovereignty and our souls. What we experience individually, we will also see in the collective. It's one of the most amazing processes a soul can ever experience. It's life-changing. It's restructuring ourselves until we change every aspect of our lives and our existence. In order to move through this process on an individual level as well as the collective, we are required to transmute our inner resistances, the need to control, for example, the habits of blaming others, judging ourselves and others, the fear that of things that we do not understand, our irritations, our dramas, feelings of being the victim, the past. We need to transmute the past and heavy emotions, and see these as the distractions that keep us from what is truly at our core. The urge to remain where we are is strong. And if we don't do our inner work, then we will only have more of what we have already created in this third dimensional reality. And then we become stuck. So we will continue to live in the fear, in that fight and flight mode, in the lack consciousness, in the separation consciousness, in suppression, distortion, and the illusion of what we think is real, not what is actually real. And so in general, developing a practice of introspection can lead to reducing stress, anxiety, depression, emotional health in general improves. It can also help with lengthening our attention span. And of course, it increases self-awareness, improving our sleep patterns, decreasing blood pressure because it soothes and calms. But other benefits are also that it allows us to access our inner wisdom, to see, feel what is going on inside of us, and it gives us insights to the underlying issues in our behavior patterns. But nothing, I believe that nothing short of a heart opening is required to enable the shift into a more expanded awareness and to find peace inside. It'll feel like a death of sorts, and then we will experience the rebirth of a new version of ourselves. This then requires the deep inner dive, the introspection to explore, discover, and put into practice what we find within. This, of course, requires courage and honesty on our part to look at the things that perhaps are not so pleasant about ourselves and who we are in this present moment. This is sometimes an extremely uncomfortable process, but the rewards are far outweigh the discomfort in the end, as we facilitate the changes within, transmuting all that no longer serves. We go through a process of feeling sometimes lonely. We sometimes feel out of alignment with our environment, with our very soul. We will experience and notice personality changes, and a range of emotions that normally we may not feel comfortable expressing may come to the surface to be transmuted. So the question here is to ask ourselves, are we coming from a place of fear, or are we coming from a place of love? When you give into fear, it stops you from assessing your life. When you connect to your heart, you discover your inner wisdom. This allows you to respond to situations in life rather than to react. You are more calm, you can think clearly, and you can choose to step into a place of love. If we allow ourselves to sit in our emotions, we are likely to have a breakthrough. If we allow ourselves to feel our anger or feel the intensity of the emotions that are bubbling to the surface, then we are likely to find the truth of what is actually beneath all of these emotions. All the voices that you carry within you deserve to be heard. Sometimes we work so hard to silence the voice of shame or guilt or anger, but there is also a power in learning to stop and listen to what the inner wisdom is trying to tell us. If we constantly dismiss the harder or more abrasive thoughts and feelings when they arise, we never really get to understand them. It's not that we want to sit in our anger forever or allow our inner voice to become drowned by negative thought. But we also don't want to ignore these voices and push them away. We want to listen to them and discover what they really mean. We want to hug each and every one of them and see the value in what they have to share and offer. When we listen to ourselves, we are ready to take the time to go within and listen. We catch the things we may have otherwise missed. We learn things about ourselves, and we open ourselves to a new truth. It is not just our love and light that can teach us, but our pain and our anger and our jealousy and resentment too. These emotions are uncomfortable, and no one wants to feel this way, but it is so much part of our human experience, and we can no longer ignore them or wish them away with false thinking. We have to listen. We have to find the jewels of wisdom that they offer and then transmute them with love. We cannot rush this process. We cannot just let it go because it's uncomfortable. We have to sit with it first. We have to own all of it, claim all of it, allow ourselves to rise with it so we can understand what is fanning our flames. What is required is time set aside to just be, to stop and be present to what is going on inside of you, allowing, trusting the process, the self-care, the self-love practices that we have in place for ourselves, spending time in nature, resting, sleeping, whatever it is. Listen to your body and what your body is asking you to do. Perhaps something in your diet needs to change. Perhaps you need some kind of health supplements. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a big fan of crystals. So sometimes it's about holding a crystal, or just time to yourself away from others to bring you into a new sense of balance and harmony. And I know that so often we talk about this self-care, self-love practice, but what is it exactly? Self-love is an act of nurturing yourself in a more conscious way than you have been before. It's not selfish, and it's not about denying the needs of others. It's a deliberate activity in order to take care of your mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical health. And so, of course, in this world that we're currently living in, we really need to take a step back from our lives and really do our self-love, self-care practice. And it may sound like an easy thing to do, but so many find it challenging to do on a regular basis. It is required to enable us to cope with the increasing speed of change that is going on around us. It's like a time out while we allow our bodies to catch up, our minds to rest, to soothe our emotions and to do our inner work. And of course, the benefits that we get from this kind of practice are quite numerous. And just to name a few, things like improving your physical health. It improves your mood because it reduces stress and anxiety, panic attacks, depression, self-doubt, worry, fear, all those kind of things. It's key to having good relationships with others because you have a good relationship with yourself. It's key to living a balanced life. Taking good care of yourself means you are not only able to give the best of yourself to others, but you provide a positive role model for them as well. You are not only impacting the lives of those around you, but you are creating a better world for everyone by giving the best of yourself. It is the ability to allow the natural flow in and out of your life with as little restriction or resistance as possible, to be able to receive and to give, which creates potent changes in your life and the lives of the others around you. And so how do we start? Self-love needs to be something you actively plan rather than something that just happens. And so adding certain activities to your calendar is a way to start. Actively looking for opportunities to practice your self-love. Announcing your plans to family and friends will also assist you to increase your commitment. And over time, you will find your own rhythm and routine. It is not something you force yourself to do. It's an activity that you love to do. You will be able to implement more and identify more the particular forms of self-love that work for you. So just be aware of what you do, why you do it, how you feel when you do it, and what the outcomes are when you have done it. And I often emphasize to my clients that it is keeping a conscious mind around these practices. Perhaps sometimes keeping a diary also helps you keep track of your patterns. Because if you don't see an activity as being a self-love practice, it's not going to work as such. So it's also not a static system. As you do the practice for yourself, you will take yourself to ever deepening levels of self-love. It's a constant changing system for you. So we all have to start somewhere. So just think of some simple things that you can do to nurture yourself, and whatever it is that works for you, whether it's, you know, going for a walk in nature, whether it's sitting in a bath, you know, whether it's going into that introspection process, you know, whether it's eating your favorite food, whatever it is. But implementing this practice brings about new ways of being, new ideas, new choices, decisions, visions, and experiences, expanded awareness, and a new paradigm of consciousness as we reclaim our innate abilities and become who we truly are, beings who are capable of radiating outward love and kindness, compassion, wisdom, to see the divinity in everyone, acceptance, generosity, joy, and living life in a natural flow of each moment. What occupied you previously will no longer be of interest to you. And the whole aim is so that the more you look after yourself, the more you'll want to look after others around you and your environment. So then we begin to create a world with sustainable systems in harmony with our planet, where resources are shared more equally, and where each individual is honored for who they are and the gifts that they share with the collective. There is so much beauty and freedom that we can create both within us and all around us. And I always say, as within, so without, as above, so below. You've got this, you can do this. Otherwise, you would not be here at this great time of the shift on this planet. You can do this.
That's great, Maya. Thank you very much for this very inspiring talk about self-love, self-care. And we need to get off this hamster wheel, all constantly being busy, and just take the time to be in peace and to look after ourselves. So this was very, very useful for everybody who is listening right now. And thank you, Maya, for this beautiful contribution. We have 5 minutes for maybe a question, if anybody wants to ask something. We also have a question here from somebody who has posted it on Facebook. It says, what would be a way to connect with the earth? Or this something to do with the earth? This is the previous topic. But anybody who wants to ask maybe a question about your topic, about self-love and self-care?
I have a question for you, Maya. That was beautiful. How do you practice self-love, like at this point in your journey, you know, in this trajectory? What are some of the practices that you use now?
Okay, so personally, again, the introspection, the meditation times, and for me, meditation is just about sitting somewhere, being comfortable, just being. Sometimes that's inside the house, inside a room. Sometimes that's outside in the garden, in the forest, when I go for a walk and spend time in nature. Sometimes I do my best work in the bathtub, soaking in a bath. So, you know, I've got my candles and oils and my crystals around. So, you know, so that sometimes that's how it just depends on what I feel I need, you know, and sometimes it's simply making myself my favorite meal. You know, it can be as simple as that. So going to see a movie, taking yourself out to dinner, you know, taking yourself out to coffee even. You know, we always kind of wait for other people to want to join us, but sometimes it's not about that. It's simply, you know, in fact, the other day, I just had this urge to go out to my favorite cafe and treat myself to my favorite meal. And it's nourishing and it's organic, and you know, and that's just you know, just something that I did for myself, you know. So it's just whatever works for you, you know. That's just my practice, but you know, everybody's different. You know, I don't have pets, so I don't get to take my cat or my dog for a walk or anything like that, but you know, sometimes that's part of self-love. I mean, certainly our animals teach us how to love ourselves more than anything.
That's true. That's true. That's great. I don't want to have another question because I don't want to be late. I want to be on time. So I'm going to continue with our next speaker. Thank you, Maya, again for your beautiful contribution. Self-love is so important. And we're going to continue with Wanda. The title of your talk is The Enormous Creative Potential of Humanity as it will unfold over the next 3 months. And Wanda is a multidimensional facilitator, intuitive coach, and the creator behind the groundbreaking The Quantum Entrepreneur virtual group course. She has a background in software, sales management, and she blends business, neuroscience, quantum science, and the mystical in her work with groups and individuals. Her cutting-edge virtual course is an accelerated group coaching program for heart-centered entrepreneurs ready to get their unique, inspired messages to the world. She collaborates with other powerful visionaries to provide grounded ways to birth the expansive life wanting to be born in each and every one of us. Wanda, thank you for being here and looking forward to hearing your talk.
Oh, thank you. I'm so blissed out after the two of you. I'm so blissed out, Maya. Just loved up. I hope everybody who's listening can feel this. Everything that you all have said is so important as we move toward actually the solstice on December 21st and then into next year. It's so important. There's so many different pieces to covering, there's so many different pieces to birth this seed that so many people are feeling right now. So many people everybody's at a different place in this. Some people are still feeling a lot of fear. Some people are feeling a pause, and it's all perfect. The next 3 months, October, November, and December, are really just beautifully orchestrated to take us deeper and further into ourselves. A lot of it you both have said. There is my higher levels when I just said yes to this life that I have now. My higher levels would often show me that inner workings, having me sit on a clock, in a huge universal clock with gears and notches, and I would sit there and, you know, look and wait for my little gear to move. And this is really what's happening. There's so many words for this. It's awakening. I call it self-realization. We're here to understand there is no separation, that we already are sovereign, and it's part of the plan that we forgot all that so that we could create and explore in this great diversity that duality presents. So these next 3 months are designed to do more of what they're doing with most people, which is it's here to assault our senses, to say, oh no, not this. Don't tell me this is happening. And in that moment, in that resistance, this is the nugget. This is that seed that Maya, you spoke to, really. In that seed of resistance, it's a choice point. We can either distract ourselves, we can choose to go into our heads with a story about what it means, or we can stuff it down and say, I don't have time to deal with this now. But the real gold in what's happening is when we feel that inner hit of, oh no, to sink into that energy. And in that energy, meet it head on. And to say, one of the things that I say is, how could this be better? What else is possible here? When we hit those points, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily a problem. Our brain translates it to a problem. The amygdala in our brain says, oh no, danger, danger. And so our bodies get flooded with cortisol and fight or adrenaline, and we can get stuck there. But when we're willing to meet it and do the self-soothing, I know that everybody who's listening today has tools, and I'm sure the rest of our speakers will provide tools. But when we meet that tension point, and that's really what it is, to say and get curious, what is possible here? Then our bodies calm down. We meet it head on. We move into that observer perch, and it lets a solution show up. It also, makes more visible in each of us, or more noticeable in everybody, this unique thing that's in your, what I call, it's in your Eden blueprint. It's what you're here to birth, and it looks different. The people on this call today are the visionaries for the new world. And I work with visionaries who know stuff I don't know. They know things like how to work with the energetics of the earth. They know how to work with educational systems, designs for new cities. All of these ideas are already implanted in us. And so these next 3 months are so important for how we handle these triggers. It's everything right now. And we can't get it wrong, because we always, the triggers keep coming back until we mine the gold from them to say, what else is possible here? The other thing that I want to let everybody know is that we're dissolving this whole idea of what being human means. We're here. We chose to be here on this planet now. It's a hologram. From my perspective, we're already multidimensional. We exist in multiple timelines simultaneously. And where we believe we are, is where our attention is. So when our attention is focused on what's wrong, what's not right, the stories that our minds create, because it's just what minds do, it keeps us here in this dimensional reality where the mind would tell us there are so many problems. So when we move into what else is possible, it softens that resistance. It puts us into an energetic point where we can access other dimensions and other realities. This whole thing with time, and our whole relationship with time and space is changing, and it's dissolving as we move out of fear and into possibility and into that excitement that I talked about before. That lets us access literally other timelines where all kinds of possibilities exist, ideas, that we've never been able to think before. And that's really what's happening in this these last couple of months, 2.5 months. I'm not an astrologer. I love astrology because it gives me kind of the framework for what I get as a channel. I tend to only be able to see beyond the end of my nose. And what I have seen is the enormous potential for what's being birthed. And there are people on this call that are vital to this next phase of creation that's based on, as you've touched on, not in fear, but based on inspiration. We no longer take action from fear because it yields nothing except more to be fearful about. We take action when we're in that neutrality place of what else, I wonder what else is possible. And we call in our higher levels. We call them in because most humans think they're alone in a world pushing a boulder uphill, when really we are each a vast field of possibility. As Rumi said, we are creation, or we are the universe in ecstatic motion. And so when we're in those choice points of how do I deal with this thing that I don't like, we ask, what else is possible? We ask the rest of us that is non-physical and that has the plan. Help me with this. Show me. Point me the way. And we go do something else and detach completely from whatever we're dealing with. When I was going through my great unraveling a few years ago, when I had no money and I was in an accident, they thought I might not be able to walk again. So my life was completely upended. And I really had to walk my talk and practice what I teach. And one of the things that my higher levels shared with me, that I always share with people because it works, is when you're in that trigger point and your mind has no idea what to do, it can only see disaster. Give it to your higher levels. Imagine that you're holding a ball, like a basketball, clutching a basketball to your belly, to your solar plexus, because that's what it feels like when you've got a problem and you're trying to figure out, and oh no, doom, it's going to be bad. I thought I would end up on the streets. Money was my core wound. So my higher level said, you've got to give us the ball. So in the beginning, I think maybe 50 times a day, I would give them the ball so that my body would relax. Then solutions can come up. So I just want to remind people that you're not alone in this. You have everything you need, because you have everything you need to move through whatever you're dealing with right now. Life doesn't happen to us. We've called all this in. Each and every one of us, each and every one of you listening, whatever you're facing, it's part of you, a perfect orchestration to remove the fears, to help you realize what subconscious stories are actually running your life and creating your life. And so that you know how to course correct. Everything is feedback. This is what we're getting in these next 3 months, lots of feedback to show us what's buried in our subconscious, whether it's life isn't safe, nothing ever works out for me, nothing I ever do really works or gets traction for me. These are just stories. So those are the times when we have to give our higher levels the ball to say, show me the way. How can I love myself more? Life is here to love us. And when we let that happen, this seed that's within you can show up. And we can start to feel it. Our focus and our attention is so critical, because we can't focus on something that scares us and focus on the feeling of this dream, of an idea. So Maya talked about commitment. We need self-commitment. This is when we need to be committed to ourselves, to our dreams, to our visions, because that vision or your dream is there because it's already happened. It already exists, and it's waiting for your commitment and for your attention so that it can start to show up in form. So follow your excitement. Take care of yourself. I go out and water the plants. When I, pardon me, when I hit a brick, when my mind doesn't know what to do, I just go out and water the plants and wait for a resolution. That's how I do it. Any little thing that gets us unfocused on the problem will let the rest of you pull in the solution. And for your dreams, whether you're creating new communities, whatever it is that you're creating, it's rigged. Life is rigged in our favor when we stop telling the stories of gloom and doom. Life is asking us in these next 2.5 months to feel the triggers and to say, that's not me. That has nothing to do with me. I hear you to the mind. I feel you. And it has nothing to do with anything. And when you're calm again and your body's relaxed, then you're open to be flooded with possibilities and ideas. And that's how we can use these next 3 months. In January, we're moving to an entirely different energetic environment when our states of being are even more important. They're important now, but they're even going to be more important. We're going to see more of the old structures fall away because it's time. They just don't work for everybody. So it's more important to start that discipline and the commitment process now, to be focused on, how do I want to feel? Because that's what creates that state of being. One of the things that you might want to do, I've started this in the last couple of months, is daily in the morning. Usually in the morning, I go in and I go into the center of my heart and I just feel. If there's a thought, I put it in, I have an imaginary pot, container. If there's a thought that tries to analyze what I'm feeling, I put it in the pot. If my mind wants to comment, I put it in the pot and I just feel. And what happens over time, and it's different for everyone, what happens over time is that you realize your body is the center of creation. I have felt like a lava lamp of exciting, creative energy with my body, with my sacral center, my solar plexus, just alive with excitement and possibility. Life wants to dance with us. Your creation that's already inside of you has a consciousness, and it wants to talk to you and play with you and interact with you. So this is why it's so important to feel those triggers and then get your attention back on what feels exciting and good, because you're here to birth something that nobody else on the planet can birth. This is why we're all here now. And it's not going to look like somebody else's creation. It's It's not meant to be that way. We are each a puzzle piece for the dream that humanity is dreaming. So this passion that you feel, or this idea that's pulling you, it is because humanity is calling it forth. And so our passion becomes an integral piece of unity consciousness that's being called into action now. And I know a lot of you are feeling it because I talked to a lot of you that are. Everybody here on this panel is doing that. The world needs every voice that is willing to speak up, to share what you know. And because your journey has made you a subject matter expert in something. And that's what you know and can express in a way that nobody else knows. That's why everybody here we're all saying kind of the same thing, but we're experts in our own way. So that's my invitation to everybody listening today, to get excited, dance with what's in there. And when you're triggered, give it a time limit. Give it a time limit. Feel that anger. Let yourself be angry for 20 minutes. And then go back. You will find that after 20 minutes of being angry, you're done. But get it out. That's what this is for. I've gone through many deaths. And they've each gotten, in the last few times that it's happened, I thought, this is it. I mean, death while we're in a body. And I've thought, well, this is it, because I'm going to dissolve. I'm out of this dimension. And that's just not how it works. We're here for the whole. So, don't give up, anybody. Don't give up, because there are times when our minds want to give up. But you came for this. And if you can just get through this tipping point that humanity is going through right now, I can tell you there's so much freedom on the other side. To be, if you can imagine anything, it can be. And that's your job, really. That's what you came here to do, to hold that point of beingness for more love, more possibility, whatever your idea is. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. That was very beautiful and very inspirational. Thank you so much for your contribution.
You're welcome.
I totally resonated with what you said, and it was all very powerful, and I know it came from the depths of your being. It was your truth. And thank you for sharing this.
Thank you.
Does anybody want to ask Wanda some questions about your talk? Maybe I can ask you something, Wanda. I know that what you said, it was so inspirational, and everybody it was very nourishing to everybody. So that's beautiful. So perhaps my question would be, what do you see on the other side? You mentioned that on the other side, you see lots of freedoms. What else do you see on the other side?
Well, here's what I see. This is my very honest answer. I see a world that is so different that it is very difficult for the mind to give it words. I've facilitated a group for the past few years that I lovingly call the super channels. And we typically experience things before anybody else. I don't even see anybody else writing about it. And there are so many potential timelines. Everyone has to remember this. There are many different timelines it's difficult. So, and it's difficult to say this is what will happen. I see a time where our relationship with time and space has changed drastically, where being multidimensional just isn't a word, we're doing it. And I think Cynthia Sue will talk a little bit about that. I believe it will be a time when more people are traveling across continents with their bodies intact. I know people who are doing that now. I've always known that instant manifestation is possible. I've always known that. A lot of us are finally moving out of the magnetic constraints of duality. So a lot of the things that I think that I've known are possible haven't been possible yet because we've been tied into the collective timeline. Money. I just want to talk about money. Money was my core issue. We're moving into a time, finally, hopefully you guys, one of you are going to talk more about money and self-love. This whole thing with money is really just self-love. It's value. It is us. This whole idea of self-love is such a critical piece to everything. So as more people move into experiencing life as a love affair with themselves, this whole idea of money becomes a non-issue. Money's an exchange. So I think that is going to be, I know that that's on the other side. More ideas, more technology. I used to self-identify as a galactic, and I probably still am. I just don't say that I am anymore because we're all divine mind. We're all bringing in information from divine mind. There's so much technology that's going to show up, and it's already showing up now. That's on the other side. Things that the new physics, so that because our minds put a limit on what's possible. And when science comes in and says, oh, well, this is what we discovered, then we can let go and then we can allow in. So we're going to see more of that. Things that affect our environment in a very favorable way. That's just what I see. Right now we're in this fear hump or reality hump for what is real. Really everything's real, everything's true. So it really just depends on where we put our focus and where we put our excitement. It's hard for me to know exactly how that's going to roll out, but you know, we're moving into an entirely different time after, I think, 200 years of this heavy earth energy.
And Wanda, thank you very much for your answer. I have another question for you from somebody on Facebook. Let me see, what was this question now? Yes, so it's over here. No, it's not there anymore for some reason. Somebody. I will look again and see. Oh, the question is not there, but it was something, somebody was asking something and it's not there now. Okay, there's another question for you. What is the question to answer to go into the knowing of what to do on each moment? So how can you go into the knowing of what to do on each moment?
Well, it's different for everybody. I have done this for years, since my total surrender. Our minds are on a need to know basis. for absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. So before I would start out, when I didn't trust my own knowing in my body of yeses and nos or how things felt, I would just get up and say, what are we doing today? Always connecting with this vaster field that is really who we are. Only a tiny little bit of us is, in this body, and the brain has access. Really, the brain is about our past. And it's mostly subconscious. 95% of what we think is based on the subconscious. And the brain has already made a decision before we think we've made a decision. So moment by moment, I would ask, what are we doing? What's possible here? And wait for an interesting idea. It's got to feel interesting or curious or different, and it's not fear-based. If it's fear, it's from your mind. If it feels interesting or something you wouldn't normally think of, I call them your higher levels. It's really it just means that you're accessing the rest of you. Just ask, what else is possible here? And then see what shows up, and then do it. The other important thing is take action. When you're inspired, that's the time to take action. Don't talk yourself out of it. Does that help?
I don't know. I think so, yes. It helped me a lot, but I'm sure it's helping everybody. So that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Wanda, for your beautiful answers and your beautiful talk. Very inspiring.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here with us. Everybody here is just a gem. Everybody is a powerful light. And we're going through the talks, and every time I feel more excited, more nourished to listen to your beautiful talks. It's helping me a lot, and I'm sure it's helping everybody else. Now we're going to continue with Leisa Peterson. She's a Sedona-based author, business growth strategist, money expert, mindset coach, and podcaster. She's an internationally recognized authority on bridging the gap between financial freedom and human spiritual potential. Leisa has a unique ability to draw from biology, neuroscience, philosophy, spiritual teachings, and psychology to create a synthesis of knowledge that helps people understand scarcity and prosperity in profound ways. She's had the great fortune of witnessing thousands of money breakthroughs and financial healings as a result of the process she explores in her book, The Mindful Millionaire. Leisa, thank you for being here with us. It's lovely to have you.
She was on the call a little bit earlier. She was in Sedona in the background, and then she popped off. So
I see. Yes. Maybe. Oh, yes, coming back. It's coming back. So that's maybe something with the connection. So
she was on the call a little bit earlier. She was in Sedona in the background, and then she popped off.
And that's back again. Oh, lovely to see you, Leisa. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
It's lovely to see you again. How are you doing today?
Good. Thank you.
She was on the call a little bit earlier. She was in Sedona in the background, and then she popped off.
Okay, so I introduced you to everybody, and now you can start whenever you're ready to talk to us about your talk. And I can just say your title. Healing Scarcity Consciousness. So you are going to talk to us about how you're going to heal scarcity consciousness and why is this important? How are you going to heal scarcity consciousness and why is this important?
Don't know what's going on, so
we can hear you.
I can
hear.
I think it's my Facebook because I've been listening on Facebook. Can you hear me?
I need to switch off your Facebook because it comes a little bit later.
Yeah.
But we can hear you perfectly.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so, So today I was going to talk about scarcity and prosperity. And the first thing that comes to mind is that prosperity is the natural state of our being, and that it's really about letting go of all the mind work that we've been talking about here today, letting go of all of that and allowing the silence of who you are to come through. It's actually in the pause that all of prosperity comes in, not through the mind, not through the fear, not through the worry. All of those things are indicative of scarcity consciousness, and they are not who we really are. They are conditioned belief systems that we have been taught for eons. And while fear and keeping our bodies safe and taking care of ourselves is important, I think we've reached a time in consciousness that we are awakening to what it means to live in a different experience with fear. And that's why it's so important to move into understanding the power of the pause again and again and again. We have found ourselves in such a time of turbulence on the planet, not because there's wars like there were in the past, but turbulence where man, humankind, is fighting with this voice inside of ourselves. And that manifests as the fear, the uncertainty, and the worry. And the more we fight with those aspects of ourselves, the more we get confused and frustrated and angry, and we grab onto the ego identification, thinking that that's what's going to make us feel better. But in reality, it is never going to be found in those constructs. Sadly, we live in a time where it is difficult to separate ourselves from this conscious, this mind power, if you will. Social media makes it very, very difficult to separate ourselves from that ego identification. And the challenge that we have is every time we're connected to the news or things that trigger our fear, or things being shared that provoke the egoic-centric way of being, we get a hit of adrenaline, and the body is so used to grabbing onto that adrenaline that we get lost inside of it. And so again, returning to the pause where we can find our center of being, find our true self, find who we really are in the moment, changes our understanding of what's happening. We become cognizant of the trigger and the reactive response that we've had that has been conditioned into us for so long. And we allow it to be without judgment, without criticism, without thinking it's bad, but merely just noticing that this is part of what we have been conditioned to respond to, and that we have the power of choice to not respond to that. So again and again, returning to this power of the pause, where we can notice that even though we may be triggered by fear and by sickness and by people fighting or politics or, protesting or what have you. We have the power of choice to hold space for what's occurring, notice what's happening in our physical body, in our emotional body, in our spiritual awareness, holding space for that, and then allowing ourselves to become open to unconditional love in those moments. Finding it within ourselves, finding the source of innocence that we each possess at the core of our being, both ourselves and everyone else, no matter how they're appearing in this lifetime. Everyone is truly innocent outside of the conditioned patterns that every person has experienced. They are not those conditioned experiences. They are pure love, innocence at the core, manifesting as a result of the conditioned belief systems that relate to fear, uncertainty, doubt, and so on. We are being invited in these times to understand the core truth of who we really are, who we are not, so that we can be of assistance to the collective in a different way than perhaps we have shown up in the past. Because when we are caught in those reactive responses, the triggering experiences, we are barely helpful to ourselves, much less other people. So as we become aware and we pause and we feel into this love and this unconditional experience of understanding what it means to be truly innocent, then we can begin to affect the consciousness on the planet, because we now turn out, we open our hearts, we become very vulnerable and humble to the world that is very confused and not sure what to do. But by each of us falling back into this true self, that's where we have the most power to change the collective, not because we're trying to change anything, change other people, but because we're focused on the truth of who we are, and then allowing that to radiate out into the world through our actions, through our love, through our dedication, through our money, through our work, through our friendships, through our relationships. How we show up in each and every one of those experiences is what's going to make the difference in the collective. That's how we transform consciousness, is by merely focusing on who we are, how we show up. Receiving is another big part of this. We've been trained that we must give, but giving isn't actually really what we're doing. When we are in a state of reception, of this humility, this vulnerability, when we're receiving and we allow ourselves to be in our truth, and we give ourselves permission to be this way over and over and over again, the things that we do are acting, the things that we are doing with our life are coming from this place of reception, of receiving. And when we are receiving, we fill ourselves up with such incredible power, especially in the solar plexus and in the heart chakra, that we can then share the action of receiving with others, everyone around us. We become a wish-fulfilling jewel that affects all the beings. Whether they're struggling or they're of the light, they feel this radiating experience coming through each and every one of us. This is our true destiny in this human life, to be free from the reaction and to live in our truth. And also have incredible humility for what it means to be human, all the challenges that we face, all the difficulties, all the sadness and the fear that can come up for us respecting it, honoring it, and loving it just like we love, a baby in our arms. We shower that challenge with so much love, knowing that love has the power to heal all the challenges that we experience in life. That the mind doesn't have to get involved and come up with all these ways to solve it, that we know at the truest parts of ourselves that the love will solve everything. And that when we can transform our mind and our awareness into this love, then we are able to be all that we are, be the I am energy that each of us are being invited during these times to experience at a deeper level, perhaps than ever before, especially for our time on this planet and this life. Just continuously invitations coming from all directions to arrive at our truest self. Prosperity is found in the truth of who we are. It is a moment by moment experience that we gain through the pause. We are love to the core of our being. That is the innocence of who we are. No matter what we do, no matter what other people do, it is merely the conditioned systems that tell us otherwise. But when we see our own innocence and we see the innocence of others, we are free from the scarcity consciousness in totality. There is nothing but love and compassion and empathetic experience radiating in all directions. Thank you so very much.
I think you're muted. You might want to unmute so that we can hear you.
I muted myself. So thank you, Cynthia. So what I was saying was that thank you, Leisa, for this beautiful talk. And I loved what you said about the true self and about the innocence that we all are. We are innocent, pure beings, loving beings. And the conditioning makes us different, creates a hard exterior. And we have to break this exterior and find the gentleness and the creativity inside us. So you introduce us to this, and I love that. Thank you so much for introducing everybody to this aspect of collective growth. Does anybody want to ask Leisa a question about your talk?
I would love to ask you, Leisa, because you talk about this so beautifully. Shame, because it's such a huge distortion around money. So could you talk about that?
Yeah, it's a good question. We live in a world that has associated how much money we have with the value that we have as a human being. And when you have a society treating people this way, it's inevitable that you would have something like shame become a very, very strong associative experience with money. Again, back to those conditioned patterns, just so much reinforcement in our society that if we do not have money, we do not have value. And that is completely untrue. It is fascinating to me because in my own journey, I made money my God for many, many years. And I had to, interesting kind of story is that I started practicing mindfulness in 1999. My dad, unfortunately, had been brutally murdered, and that was my pathway to dealing with that grief and sadness. And at the time, I had a very big job at a major bank in San Francisco, and I kept that world going because I supported my family, and my husband and I had plans about building wealth. And then I began the journey of mindfulness and spiritual discovery. And it wasn't until 2007, so about 8 years into, I would go on long retreats, 3-month long retreats in my closet, counting mantras kind of retreats, and 2 or 3 weeks away from my family on deep mindfulness silent retreats. And in 2007, I was doing a long retreat in my closet to hide away from my kids so they couldn't find me counting mantras. And I asked, it was a culmination of all this hard work was coming in, and money was coming in, but my practice was to renunciate it and to let it go. And I literally asked the divine, I was like, what's going on? I'm trying to let this all go and more is coming in. And I didn't totally understand the answer at the time, but the answer was that in this lifetime, you need this resource, and you'll understand in the future, but you need this to be able to do the work that you're here to do. And now I understand, because 6.5 years ago, I wanted to pursue what I do now, but I was still too trapped in fear and shame of the idea that I would walk away from a high-paying career. And I happened to be, you say the wrong place at the wrong time or the right place at the right time, but a man walked into my doctor's office and pulled out a large gun and went on a shooting rampage and looked at me before he began and said, "You might want to leave now," and forsaked everybody in the lobby that I was in, but then proceeded to shoot and kill my doctor and other people in the back office. And in that moment, I realized, trying to get out of this third story floor of, this building, that I was not my fear, and that I was so much more than that. And yet I was living in fear, and I was living in shame of thinking that I couldn't walk away from all these things I had built. Still, even though I was a multimillionaire by that time. And I was like, talk about shame. I felt shame that I had been too afraid to follow what I knew I was here for. And in that moment, I said to myself, if I leave this building, I will walk away from all of that, and I will begin this journey and there have been plenty of times on this journey where, I've had to face those aspects of shame, and I know it deeply because our society is just so oriented to money again and again. And yet I've chosen something very different from myself. I notice it, and then I realize that isn't, my purpose anymore. Many people struggle to find that freedom from those fears. And whether it be that they have nothing and they feel so much shame that they're stuck in that pattern of being, because it's just hard to get out. It's hard to believe in yourself because of all that conditioning that has been given. Or like me, you have a lot, but you still are so controlled by the system that you can't, lean into what you're really here for. And so that's what I have to say about shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Leisa. Thank you very much. Anybody has any questions for Leisa?
Could you talk about some of your money miracles, things where money shows up? I love stories like that. That's some of my favorites. So if you want to share any.
Yeah. So I help a lot of people. I feel like my life is a miracle ongoing. I have made money instead of having it be number one, now it's like number 5 or 6, which shows up in my business. And I make a big impact in people's lives. But, when you don't make that your priority, it often reflects that, just being really honest. But what I see is in other people's experiences of this. One story that comes to mind is when the pandemic was happening. One of my clients runs a very successful house cleaning business, but she had also accumulated a lot of debt because of a very difficult divorce and trying to start a business, just being her and supporting, her children and taking care of them. And this debt has just been this huge source of stress, and the IRS and all that stuff that comes with, hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. And when COVID hit, her business was heavily affected. But one of the miracles that came within, I think, 60 days of COVID are these SBA loans that kind of came out of nowhere, where she was given an invitation to refinance the debt so that the IRS was completely paid off. And she had, instead of a 5-year plan, a 20-year ability to pay off this debt. And all the stress went away miraculously in just a short period of time. And while that isn't necessarily, people would love to hear, oh, it just all magically went away, the amount of release of stress is actually way more important than the money just, magically coming in and it's the feeling, and the feeling was released of stress. And she's able to get through all of this with a completely different awareness. And, miracles happen. I think what I'm always also amazed by is the power of our intention. Most of the time, the challenge I see people going through is they have not given themselves permission to actually receive the money. And they're focused on the work and making it happen and all the things that are going to go into bringing it into reality, and those don't work so well. But had they focused on the most important practice, which is the action of giving yourself permission, everything changes in our awareness of just, especially around receiving. Funny too, where I'm good at receiving because of all these practices. But what's really funny is I give a lot in my business, and then the way we've built our wealth, we have multiple streams of income. So my business often looks like a nonprofit because I do so much in the world, but then money comes in all these other places. And it's where our net worth keeps growing. And yet I'm not quite sure how that's happening because I have such a spirit of giving going on all the time. So that's the other thing that I think is helpful to share with folks. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's good. And I love what you said about the power of the pause. It was my favorite thing about the tips and tools. Could you share just if someone's having trouble with the power of the pause? I know in the shelter in place, people should be able to pause, but some people are ruminating. They're getting stuck in their old habits. How can you just give people tips to get into the power of that magical pause?
Yeah. What's coming up right now is, and there's so many different ways, but to me, one of the quickest and most powerful ways to get into the pause is through some type of breath work. So that could be really, really fast in and out, breath of fire. I mean, you get to pick what it is, but if you could spend 5 minutes, even 3 minutes, engaged in intense breath work, I promise you that the pause will come immediately after that. The breath is our most powerful tool to slow down and become super present. In fact, in my book, I talk about the fact that I really don't recommend, I've been meditating for 21 years now daily, and I still don't recommend that people just immediately go into mindfulness practice. I strongly suggest that it's at least 5 minutes of breath work, because it changes the whole entire, physical body as well as the mental awareness, because you automatically get the pause and you don't have to spend all that time, which normally happens when we're meditating, where you sit there and your mind's doing all these crazy things. And then 5 minutes into it, you're like, this isn't even working. But had you spent that 5 minutes in breath work, it would give you that naturally. You don't have to think about what you're doing, which we all really like. And then you have that spaciousness where you can be with, the feelings in your body, the energy that you want to create, my favorite being unconditional love. You can bring that into your awareness very purposefully.
That's great, Leisa. It's very, very interesting what you're saying, because I totally believe what you say. I do it myself, like the breathing and just being into your being, just being in peace. And you don't have to meditate for hours and hours, but just connect to your being and observe. Is something that can be very useful for many people. And thank you for sharing this with us. We have time for just a quick question. If anybody wants to have, if anybody has a question, it's time to do it now, and that will be the last one. So does anybody have any final questions for Leisa?
My apologies for how we started, but I actually feel like it was really supposed to happen that way. So it got me flustered. So then there was no mind channel. That's good. So sometimes you really surrender.
Everything happens beautifully. We are in this beauty right now, and we are growing in our own way. So we are so happy to have you here, Leisa, and share this beautiful truth with us, because we are all growing together. These are all seeds. We are planting seeds, and we are growing together. So it's absolutely beautiful. And thank you for your contribution.
Thank
you. Do you have any questions? Maybe you have a couple of minutes if you want to ask Leisa anything else, just to. But if you don't, then that's fine. We're going to continue. So thank you so much for being here. And we hope to have another gathering like this, because it is so beautiful for me to listen to you. I absorb your energies, and it's really beautiful. It's making me it opens me up, and I hope you feel the same, all of you. I hope you're experiencing the same.
Thank you, Barbara.
So I'm going to thank you, Leisa. Thank you for being here. And it doesn't matter if it was a little bit when you came in, there were some technical problems, but this happened all the time, so it's absolutely fine. We're going to continue now with Sydney. Sydney, her title of your talk is Embodying Heaven on Earth. Ascension is an inside job. Sydney is a visionary, energy and embodiment expert, intuitive healer, and author of the book, The Empath Experience. What do you do when you feel everything? Sydney offers guidance to all who are called to live consciously and fulfill their soul purpose with playfulness, authenticity, and mastery. In addition to being a business advisor and certified holistic health coach, Sydney is also a registered yoga teacher, Reiki energy healer, and certified Akashic Records practitioner and instructor. Sydney shares her expertise through visionary consulting, intuitive healing, self-mastery courses, transformational mentorship, and the Visionary Souls podcast. Thank you for being here with us, Sydney. It's lovely to have you, and we're looking forward to hearing your talk.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be with you all on such a powerful day. It's such an honor to be with you all. Wow, you're all such extraordinary beings. Listening to everyone share, I just, I've been kind of closing my eyes, just receiving. I receive so much more beyond what maybe you're saying, and just like Barbara said, the energy that we're all sharing and transmitting and radiating here is so palpable. And so I really feel us all co-creating this enormous field. And I imagine us all positioned at different points or portals around the earth. And I feel our energy connecting and just really wrapping around the planet and sharing these frequencies of love and unconditional healing and presence. And we're all saying the same thing. I love whoever said that, because, more and more, and this just speaks to where we're evolving and how we're evolving at the speed of light. We're all saying the same thing. We're all tuning into the same frequencies. And even so, it's so important that we're all sharing our unique translation of what it is that we're receiving, because we're here to give. It's our nature to give, and to give the gifts that only we can give, which might just be emitting the unique frequency that we're here to emit. And it might just be that we impact one person's life who can only hear us. And even if we're all saying the same thing, that one person's life is depending upon you sharing in the way that only you can, so it's just so important. And I love reminding people of that, especially now as we're all awakening, no matter what part of the journey we're on, no matter how many deaths we've gone through in this life, we're all going through it. This initiation, I love everything that Wanda spoke to as well about the next couple of months, the end of 2020, and then this new earth that feels to be arriving, so soon. And it's here, we can kind of feel it. We're getting little tasters and tests of this new template, this new way of being, which is about radical presence in every moment. And really what's been spoken to here so far, kind of the thread, I'm asking how I can contribute to the conversation without repeating what's been said, and actually kind of just tie some threads together. I think that's how I can be most useful, be of service. What everyone has kind of spoken to in their own way, and certainly what I intend to share about this concept of embodying heaven on earth, is about coming into radical presence within our body, like dropping the spirit, our celestial infinite being, into the body completely. We are here as conduits, as anchors, as channels, every single person a divine channel of a very unique sequence of frequencies. We're like an instrument, and every instrument's needed for the earth symphony, and we're all here to learn how to play our instrument, and then how to play together to create whatever we want, but usually, beautiful music, however that turns out. Something that's fun and playful. I mean, that's why I came here in this life. I want to have fun. I want to have a fun time. I want to see what I'm capable of creating. I want to play. I want to be free. I want to be embodying the innocence that I am, and to see other beings in the divine innocence that they are. And from that place, we can really meet. We can really feel. Our presence is so powerful. It's overwhelming. I think sometimes, especially the life I've gotten to track in this journey so far, it's like, wow, it's intense actually, when you're really starting to taste the presence that we have available in our innate capacity, like the level of depth at which we can feel, the sensation that we have access to through a body. Maybe the whole reason that we chose to come in to be in a body is just to feel, just to experience. It's not possible anywhere else in the entire universe to have this experience of feeling and sensation. Just for the sheer experience, not that it's good or bad or judge or all the things that have been said about shame and these densities. It's just to experience, because it's not possible anywhere else to do so than on earth. And so it's overwhelming though. We didn't learn. I didn't learn in this life how to feel everything I feel, and just being born, being dropped into this body and having so much capacity to feel, and not even knowing and not having the words to describe what was going on for so long, and then thinking there was something wrong, or other people seem to be handling this much better. How did they learn how to do this? how, like, what's the book that they have? Why am I the only one? Why am I the last one to find out how to deal with this human game? Like, what's wrong with me? I know a lot of people are feeling this right now in the ascension process, because we're all receiving the most powerful energy that we've ever received in any iteration, I should say, of the earthly experiences that we've had, or even in other experiences in other dimensional realities where we've maybe had a semblance of physical embodiment. We've never received energy at this degree of intensity as we are now. Every single human on earth now is receiving so much, and we all respond differently. I love what's been noted here throughout our conversation. We all respond differently. We all practice differently. We're all different. We're all so different and unique. There's no point in comparing. And yet there's such a unity that we're all experiencing the same thing, actually. We're all inherently in our uniqueness. This is really the key to being unified, when we're truly in our uniqueness. It's like, it doesn't totally make sense to the mind. Like, wait a minute, unity means being all the same, right? Yes, we're all the same in that we are embodying our divine uniqueness and like speciality and our unique gift, you know. So there's just so many paradigm shifts we're undergoing, and some people I know who are kind of just coming to right now, it really feels like that, you know, the ascension process. And even later on in the journey, I've had experiences of where it feels like just kind of coming to another new dimensional reality, another new access point, another new depth of presence. And at first it's like the energy is like this, and you're like stabilizing, like, what? How do I walk? How do I breathe? How do I just be here? And I sense that this will continue even as we go into more fifth dimensional reality and presence. It's like, and like Wanda said, we don't really have the words. I kind of laugh as I attempt to describe. And then the part of me, the aspect that's already living that timeline, that's done it all, is like, when you're there, you won't care about explaining anything, because you'll just be so in the experience of what's occurring. And it just feels so good that no one even cares to try to make sense of it, because it's like so beyond the point. So that's where we're headed, I sense. But for those that are listening or anybody really who's just kind of like in that moment of instability, October is a really potent, energetic month. My sense so far is that I've been tracking the themes of like sexual repression, shame, which was spoken about, like a lot is coming up around, you know, meeting our shadow aspects, particularly as they reside in the areas of sex and money. And when I say sexuality, I mean our creative power and our vital life force, our capacity to create. A lot of people think sex means like this one little tiny thing, you know, and it's actually, we're opening up to our full creator potential, creative capacity, which I feel is the new definition of sexuality. Like, that's who we are. That's what we're here to experience. And then experiencing sexuality from the space of innocence and letting our power express itself, you know, through all these different channels, letting our creative capacity express itself through all these different ways that we've maybe never even thought possible, you know. I love everything that's been shared, you know, and the practice of connecting with the earth. What comes up is I'm just tracking how there's like a conditioning for us to learn, like, what's the practice that I have to do to then connect, like this linear style of operating, right? Like, what do I have to do to get to point A to point Z? And what we're evolving into, what we're experiencing now, embodying heaven on earth in pure presence within ourselves, within our bodies, is we are the ultimate extension of the earth. We are the earth. So as was said about self-love, don't just do the practice for the sake of thinking you're doing something. I mean, maybe that's how we begin at first. That's how I started meditating. I didn't have a choice. I thought I was going to go insane, you know, and I had to start somewhere. And at first it was so hard. And I just kind of pretended like I was doing the thing that the teacher was telling me in the meditation class, you know. But then eventually it's like fake it till you make it, maybe at first with some of these practices, but then eventually do it because it's what you love and because it's what you prioritize in your own intimacy with yourself. Like, that's really what we're here experiencing, I feel, in the Ascension. It's about cultivating a deep intimacy within. And this is so confronting when we're deconditioning so many lifetimes of being taught that everything's out here, everything that we need to be complete, to be whole, to be good is out here, whatever that means for you. And instead, wow, we're reorienting, a whole new operating system is here recalibrating, knowing that it's all from within, that I'm actually projecting and creating everything that I'm experiencing. And how confronting is that to really be met with this truth that I'm so powerful. And not only that, everyone else here is really powerful. Everyone is such an infinitely powerful being. How do we relate? How do I connect? How do I exchange outside of these confines that I've been conditioned to operate in, that are very hierarchical and very authoritarian and oppressive and rooted in a lot of, let's say, victim dynamics? Wow, what's it like to operate in a different paradigm where I'm meeting other equals and creators and co-creators and other leaders, and everyone's actually a master? Wow. So I don't have the answer yet. You know, I'm practicing this, but I feel excitement just about, wow, this is who we are. This feels more, you know, this feels more like the reality that I came here to experience. And we're practicing, we're learning, we're pioneering. Actually, everyone alive on Earth at this time, we're all pioneers. We're all visionaries. We chose to come in at this moment of probably the most tumultuous time, you know, time that has ever happened. And it's the end of many different cycles. It was mentioned the end of a 200-year cycle. Some would say it's the end of a 26,000-year cycle. There are many cycles ending. And some would say that experience of the integration is, yes, there's 2020, there's 5 years, there's 10 years, there's any way you want to spin it. We're in a big shift, and we're all pioneering the new way of how human beings can operate as multidimensional, powerful creators, and that this is the norm. And there's no hiding it. There's no pretending to be anything else, you know? And I'll end by just saying that some of the most powerful practices I found in this integration journey and this embodiment journey have actually always again and again surprised me in their simplicity. I feel that we're also evolving out of a time of like over complexity, especially when it comes to spiritual teaching. It's for me all about simplicity now. And that when you really feel your truth and you really connect with your authentic heart, the answer and the guidance that you get is very simple, almost again, surprisingly so. Like, really, is that it? Is that it? Again, really, are you sure? Thought there was more to the picture here, but we're all saying the same thing, and it's so simple. You know, love is, we are, you know, here we are again. Can it really be that easy? Yeah. And so this phrase kept coming up as everyone was sharing. I wrote it down because I wanted to share it. One of my teachers says, you know, true power is unbecoming everything you've learned to be. And that's what we're doing. We're just stripping away the conditioning. We're just healing and feeling the trauma. And we're just restoring our true nature, which is always here. It's always been here. We were born perfect. We were born with everything that we need. We know how to regulate energy. We know how to have boundaries. We knew everything the moment we were born. We had it in our system. Everything else was just the noise that was collected over this life, which was perfect because it was our school that maybe even we designed to teach us the perfect lessons so that we could come into deeper appreciation of our gifts and our true nature. So simple practices for kind of getting these little, I call them attunements or tune-ups, right? To attune more fully to your true self, to feel more intimacy, to feel more connection, which naturally activates your intuition and all these things that people think are all so special. You know, we're all intuitive. We all have the capacity to activate incredible intuitive wisdom. Every single human is wired with these types of capacities, everyone. And everyone has very unique expressions of how these gifts will take shape. I love what was shared about teleporting and biolocation and remote viewing. And I'm seeing this happening all the time. Like, there's so much we're capable of beyond anything we've ever been taught. It's phenomenal. I'm so excited. And a way to really get in touch with your innate capacities is so much of what was already shared, but I would just even simplify by saying, commitment is so important right now. As energy can feel unstable or ungrounding, you can meet that and support yourself with commitment, with devotion, with integrity, right? So the more that you can commit to a daily, consistent practice, and it doesn't have to be hours long, like hours long chanting sadhana, it can be 10 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day. I'm going to commit to being with myself, as was said, breathing really slowly. Any type of somatic experience that works for you to slow down. Breathing is really the ultimate technology. A simple breath technique I would love to share that I find the most useful in recalibrating the nervous system. And if anybody is kind of working an intuitive healing space, really good practice for connecting energy fields and creating coherence, is to do a very slow breath called a passive breath. And it just involves emptying out completely and getting more comfortable with the sensation of being completely empty, having all of stale energy and oxygen completely emptied from the body. And then you just breathe in, and we can all do this together if you want. It kind of feels funny to be describing it and not doing it if we want. And you just feel what that's like to be empty. And sometimes it's so surprising for people to realize how much stale energy they've been carrying in their system. Like you kind of forcibly breathe everything out and see how long you can actually stay empty. See how long you can feel comfortable holding that out. This is building a capacity for all kinds of cool awarenesses to come online, which you'll see when you practice. And then you just slowly breathe in through the smallest little straw for as long as you can, extending that experience of breath. And when you do this, you'll notice your mind actually can't even really do anything because you're so focused on this anchor of the breathing. You feel so quiet. There's just a quietness that naturally happens. And then once you're inhaled for as long as you possibly can, you hold that in and you practice what it feels like to be really full, and even breathe in more and breathe in more. And you might at this point start to imagine your energy fields expanding, 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 filling the room, nourishing yourself with your own light, with your own energy, getting in this practice of receiving your own presence. And then only when you can't hold it any longer, you exhale very, very slowly. Same thing through a small little straw. This is often the most challenging part for people. And you just practice slowly as possible, letting that out, emptying out completely again. And if you do that process, that cycle for 3 minutes a day, I promise you, things will change dramatically in your life and in your body, really in your body. And then things in your life will shift. Your level of presence that you can show up in everything with is going to shift. And that is such a beautiful way to connect with yourself, and to invite yourself to play. Some people have like a little shame or unworthiness around like, can I be magical? Can I be a multidimensional being? And it just, I have so much compassion for that because I know how that feels. I've been there. But it's also funny. It's like God saying like, am I allowed to be God? Like, can I, this is who you are. And it's just so funny that part of the human game of forgetting is that we somehow at some level agreed that, I don't know if I can be this amazing divine being. Like, who am I? Who am I to think I can't, and it's just, so just a reminder to hold ourselves and each other in so much compassion as we're all really learning how to walk in this new dimension and this new body. And it's okay if you fall down. We're all gonna fall down. In fact, pioneers, our job is to get really comfortable with falling flat on our face, being really messy, and just getting up and trying again, and paving the way for others. So just walk a few steps behind us, maybe. We're just creating these pathways. That's all it is. And the one last practice coming up, really powerful practice. It will just add to what was shared. When connecting with the earth, you can bring the breath down into the feet, practice connecting with the earth energy, harmonizing with the earth's frequency, again, which naturally restores our whole system, which naturally transmutes any density in our energy field or body. It's all happening naturally without even trying, without doing some healing spell, although that's fun sometimes, but it's just happening naturally. And it's like not a big deal. We know how to do this. Our body knows how to do this without us even interfering in the process. And so connecting with the earth in whatever way feels good. And then I like to call this practice earth transmutation. So there is a little bit of conscious awareness that we bring to our energy field and getting to know ourselves as energetic multidimensional beings in this holographic reality that we are creating. And so you can imagine your energy field, maybe you do the breathwork from before and you just are feeling more of your energetic presence. It's so expansive beyond the body. And it can travel across the world, across dimensions. It's like, wow, we have these vehicles that are capable of anything. And maybe for a few moments of the day or throughout the day, you just intend to become aware of anything that feels heavy, any like maybe holes or inconsistencies, incongruencies that you notice, or maybe even if that doesn't resonate, you place your hands on your body and you just intuitively kind of feel where anything feels heavy, stuck, or painful, or anything, as Wanda said, I love that, just feeling, and also everyone has kind of said this in their own way, just being with what's there and feeling what's there. And then when you notice an inconsistency or incongruency, imagine that in your own way, doing your own energy healing practice, magnetizing whatever that is out of the body, surrounding it with light, and planting it into the earth like a seed. Because the earth loves to receive our density. That's part of the game, that's part of the dance and the relationship that we're here to have with earth, is to compost, to clean out, and then to give to the earth, which then uses our density to generate more light, to amplify more light. So those are two really fun practices. And I always encourage everyone to make it a game, make it fun. Why are we doing anything unless it's enjoyable, unless it's pleasurable? We're deepening our capacity to experience pleasure, to receive love, to receive our own presence and our power, to feel comfortable in this, right? It's an attunement to, at some level, and I'm sure some here have experienced this, it's like, whoa, when we're really in that present moment, like depth of presence in our own body, the energy that I experience is quite ecstatic. It's kind of like, am I meant to be experiencing orgasms all day long? Like, is that what's the game is here? Really? Is that what we're kind of evolving into? Is that how magnetic we truly are? So these are some of the curiosities I'm witnessing and noticing, and there's just so much to celebrate. I love how gratitude was mentioned by almost everyone. Like, celebrate yourself, no matter where you are, especially when you fall on your face, because you're learning, you're experiencing something that's teaching you what you chose to come here to learn, So thank you so much. It's such an honor to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. It was a lovely talk. And you're a beautiful being. You have lots of energy and very playful. And you have a beautiful smile on your face. And I was smiling all the time looking at you. So it was lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, anybody that can ask Sydney about her talk and what she shared with us just now?
Yes, I'd love to ask Sydney about empaths, because you've written a book about empaths. And right now, empaths some of them are feeling a lot of anxiety just for a number of reasons. So, and you have touched on some practices that you do, keeping it simple. I love that. Is there anything in particular that you could recommend especially for empaths who are feeling anxious at this time?
Yeah, thanks for asking. What wants to be said right now, I'm just going to say it because it's here. All humans are empaths. I feel in my heart at this point in my journey that all human beings have the capacity to be highly empathic. And yet, on this trajectory that we're on, some at a different phase in their awakening have kind of come into this awareness and recognition of their capacity to feel at such a deep level the emotional and energetic experience of other living beings, not just people, but the collective consciousness, the earth herself, other animals, plants, any living being, and also transdimensional, multidimensional beings. That's really coming online for more people, and it's not typically spoken about in the realm of like empathic empowerment or attunement. And so just want to premise that, because I'm aware of like this capacity or propensity that we have to label and therefore create separation. And I know that was a part of my journey at the time when I woke up, and I was, long story short, it helped a lot to have a name to describe what I had been feeling like my whole life. I'm like, oh, I'm not crazy. Okay, there's something that I can learn from this. I can learn how to take care of myself. At the beginning, you know, the practices I just shared, honestly, are the most simple, profound things, but they must be done with consistency. We're outgrowing this immaturity in our spiritual path of this instant gratification entrainment, where we just want to do the one thing, and I just want the magic pill, and I just want you to tell me the answer, and then I'll be fine. And no, it's actually like commitment, consistency, responsibility, integrity. We must be devoted to ourselves. It's you and you alone. You're the one that's here to really be your own teacher. And we can have teachers on our path, but at the end of the day, it's about each and every one of us doing our practice. And it's never been an easier time to start your practice. So let's see, the only other things that would come up specifically for people that are really in their empathic awakening, and in addition to the earth transmutation, that's huge, clearing your energy field, becoming aware of your energetic presence. It will naturally attune you more to the awareness of your body. It will naturally attune you to the awareness of traumatic memory and certain emotional density that you have taken on, probably from a very young age, that's been there your whole life, that's then catalyzed certain thought forms and behaviors, ways of being, survival mechanisms that have never really felt like you, that were just created in response to, you know, that are a trauma response effectively. So really just any practice that tunes you into the body, where you can get out of the mind. Dancing is amazing. Dancing and turning on your sensuality and just feeling good. For empaths, we have this capacity to feel, all humans, but the people that are identifying as empaths, we have such a deep capacity to feel. Why not consciously attune ourselves to feeling good, to feeling the depths of pleasure and beauty and love and celebration and gratitude and like whatever other emotions. And this process in attuning to those, it was mentioned, I think, by a few people here. It's so simple. There's been this like overdeveloped part of our brain, you know, that's like, well, you can't feel how you want to feel until you have the external thing, until you get the new car, until you have the job, until you have the money. Then you can feel safe, then you can feel worthy, then you can feel loved and all these things. And we only want the thing because we actually just want permission to feel how we want to feel. But the thing is, we can feel how we want to feel right now. This is like when the whole game unravels. This is why all the systems are unraveling before our eyes, because we're understanding this. This is who we are. How you practice the emotional attunement, the energetic attunement, it might sound silly, or it was, I think, mentioned actually too, but it might sound kind of overly simplified or whatnot, but it is. And it's just a muscle memory thing. It's just like, you know, when you first go to the gym, you haven't ever worked out before, and it's like running is hard. Lifting weights is hard. It's like that at first with a lot of this energy mastery and emotional mastery work. But you must commit, and even a little bit at a time every day consistently will, especially with the energy we're receiving now, you can move through so much. So simple process for doing the attunement is center yourself with the passive breath. You can do the earth transmutation, you know, just really get connected. And each time you do the practice, you'll feel deeper connection with yourself. And then how I like to do it is just, you know, use your imagination power. What's a dream that you have? What's a vision that you have? Even a memory that you just want to dial into more, a memory of when you felt really good. Let me start here, actually. You could just start by saying, how do you want to feel? How do you want to feel right now? Okay, I want to feel more peace. Okay, one way of working with that is, when was a time in my life when I felt a deep sense of peace? And maybe you haven't had that experience, but if you have, you can summon that memory and bring your imagination into that space, time travel there, be there. Feel what's happening in your body as you feel the peace. This is attuning the body for more peace. Deepen into it, receive it more. If you haven't had that experience and you're playing with new and energetic or emotional templates, use your imagination. Like, what would feel peaceful? What would feel beautiful? What would feel loving? naturally in this process, a lot of healing can happen as we start to attune to more of the emotional and energetic states that we're wired for. This process can illuminate trauma and things that are in the way of us more naturally feeling these states. So then there can be emotional release and expression that's called for. And we can hold space for ourselves, you know, to move this energy. So that's a fun game. It's really fun to do that practice with groups because the energy and emotion is like amplified by the group, right? So I love to do this practice with groups. And we're such manifestors. Our superpower is to imagine what we want, to feel how good that feels, to be in that reality. We wouldn't be seeing if it hadn't already existed at some level, if we didn't know it was possible, you know, and then practice feeling it like we're in a dream. And who's to say we're not dreaming right now? We're in a dream. So let's dream and play consciously within the dream, creating what we're here to create and experience. And I just invite, you know, so much play. Little kids know how to do this so well. They're just like imaginary friends and playing, and I'm a knight. And let's do that. Let's do that as adults. Let's create space for adults or whoever we are, you know, these humans we are. Let's create more space for us to play and share our dreams. And one thing coming through is, you know, we're changing a lot of paradigms in the way we relate in all aspects of reality. Like, can each of us be a pioneer in the level of intimacy that we bring into relationship? This also works for empaths and creating clearer agreement fields in our relationships, being more clear on what it is that I need to thrive, to feel supported. And of course, I give that to myself first. That's my responsibility. But then in my relationships, I clearly communicate what I desire and what I require to feel met and to feel nourished, the deepest possible level. And anyone that's not willing to meet me there doesn't deserve a space in my life, isn't allowed in my game. And then with the people we love to connect with, can we create more play? Can we have visioning? Can we have the kinds of relationships where, you know, we can share our vision and our dreams and challenge each other to dream even bigger and just hold space for each other to be who we really are, you know, and the most infinite expression that we are. So that would be my prayer for humanity at this time, is more space to really play, but in that also taking responsibility, you know, to create those opportunities and to be really clear on what you need to get to know yourself. At the end of the day, what we're all saying is know yourself. And from there, everything is so much more clear. Is that helpful?
Great. Yes, definitely. Well, thank you, Sydney. Thank you for the beautiful tips and your energy and your smile and being here today with us. We appreciate you highly. We're going to move on now. There's another speaker that is not here at the moment, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And Cynthia, she will be sharing her light with us, and her talk is Revhumanism Rising, Actualizing High-Level Sovereign Agency. So Cynthia is the best-selling author of several books, including Quantum Jumps, Reality Shifts, and High Energy Money. Cynthia has a degree in physics from UC Berkeley, an MBA degree, a Doctor of Divinity, and a second degree, Black Belt in Kuk Sung Woon. Cynthia is founder of Reality Shifters, president of the International Mandela Effect Conference, managing director of Foundation of Mind and creator, and host of Living the Quantum Dream. She has been featured in numerous shows, including Gaia, the History Channel, Coast to Coast AM, One World with Deepak Chopra, and BBC. So, Cynthia, we are looking forward to listening to you and get even more excited about life and collective growth.
Thank you. And thank you for putting this together, Barbara. I'm so honored to be part of this. Just really amazed by the group that you've collected and gathered, plus all the participants. And I love the energy so much. So my talk today is Revhumanism Rising. It's a new word that I'll describe it in this talk. And actuating high-level sovereign agency is something that we're all talking about today, because this is the time for it. At this time, With robots, artificial intelligence, and the singularity on the horizon, we've reached a crossroads for the future of humanity, where we can either choose to put faith in technology to inspire us and lead the way, which some people call transhumanism, or we can choose to put faith in life force energy that's in each of us, the earth, and the cosmos. What is the term Revhumanism that I'll be talking about? Now, technologies are not inherently evil. The risk of loss of sovereignty comes from idolizing technologies as being higher, greater, or more than a living conscious cosmos or God. We can see that we've reached a decision point that was prophesied thousands of years ago by many spiritual faiths, not just one even, and traditions. A picture of this decision point was literally carved in stone on the Hopi Prophecy Rock near Arribe, Arizona. And this rock tells the story of 3 previous human worlds being destroyed when people became greedy, worshiped technology as if it were a god, fought with each other, and forgot the original purpose of humanity to honor the earth as the source of life and sustenance. And so if you look at the picture, I've got a picture of it here. It's not the best, but it's something. I'll try to hold it so you can kind of see it. You'll see in the bottom corner there by my hand, there's a figure holding, kind of like showing humans that there are 2 paths forward. And those paths going forward into the future, the higher path is actually showing that that's where people are placing faith on those technologies on the upper path. And that's at the expense of caring for each other in the earth. That lower path is actually the one that stays close to the earth, where we remember our connection, because the upper path fizzles out. It sort of vanishes. The lower path continues on indefinitely. And it's for those humans who continue to care about each other, keep our Kopavi, which is the crown chakra, open to receiving inspiration, and keep our heart centers open as well, which can be a shock. It can be, I think this is what empaths are definitely doing, keeping those heart centers open. We can all do it. We're all meant to do it. So transhuman and the singularity. What is transhumanism? Well, biologist Julia Huxley is the person who coined the term. She was a biologist, and she invented this word in 1927. You might think it's a newer term than that. It's been around a long time, almost 100 years. Her original intent was that the human species can, if it wishes, transcend itself. She said, we need a name for this new belief. Perhaps transhumanism will service man, remaining man, but transcending himself by realizing new possibilities. Now, modern day transhumanism focuses on technologically augmenting these human bodies and brains that we've been gifted with. Transhumanists seek biohacking solutions, and they do that everything from genetic engineering to robotics, information and nanotechnologies. And the goal is to bypass natural biological limitations, which include mortality, even death. The promise of transhumanism ranges from wearable technology, prosthetics, all the way to immortality through uploading a person's neural network to a computer system. The technological singularity is envisioned as a point in time, perhaps by 2045, where futurists such as Ray Kurzweil expect superintelligent machines with artificial general intelligence to attain awareness at levels that humans cannot unplug or reverse. This topic is near and dear to my heart. I feel very strongly about it, so strongly that I attended a conference on that topic 20 years ago. I'm not going to go into all the reasons I feel so strongly, but I'd love to, the main reason, I'll tell you the main reason. I'd love to see humanity grow into its best qualities without surrendering agency of free will through overdependence on technologies. It's one thing when we're shocked because we can't remember a phone number that we've entrusted to our devices, such as our cell phone or a mobile phone. It's quite another when we are reaching a point where we stop thinking for ourselves because for some reason we've turned all of that over. That is what I would hope that we can all see. We don't want to go that direction. We're going a different direction. So what is humanity's ultimate endpoint? With the singularity, that's the idea, and the singularity might be indeed unavoidable. I don't think it matters, but mind, matter, cyborg, transhumans existing in a mechanical cosmos, that is definitely not my view of the pinnacle of human evolution. We can envision our optimal future being created by us, as we're talking about today, based on what we collectively need, love, and imagine. That's the idea, and Revhumanism is a philosophy of harmoniously living and co-creating with the living, developing cosmos, with reverence for the earth and other beings. And the term that I'm using today, I think we can all appreciate that the Latin root word, rev, relates to ideas of reviving, regaining, recalling, and growing strong and young again. Rev also stands for reverence, a quality that inspires us to live up to our truly highest potential of seeing and of respecting the inspiration, light, and consciousness that all of creation shares. Revhumanism invites humans to return to honoring the earth as the source of life and sustenance. Revhumanism involves relating with reverence, humility, and empathy with others, with the earth, and with the cosmos, inviting us to actuate high-level sovereign agency. Sovereignty is a key concept in incarnational spirituality, where we embody, just as we just heard from Sydney, feeling and experiencing, bringing heaven to earth and living it. This is the recognition that our sense of living our life with purpose and for some reason brings forth. We have an awareness of having some original intent for our life. Sometimes we can get caught up in drama, and for a moment we can forget the purpose we are living with. But we can access and remember this original intention and purpose. We can observe our thoughts and feelings at higher levels of self without having our buttons pushed. We can rise above fight or flight. We can rise above those kinds of reactive responses and events that might bring us into a sense that we're falling into that familiar pattern of feeling anger or anguish over the past or anxiety about the future. Instead, we can start remembering this connection with our best possible internal being, our best possible future selves, who are already here. They're already loving, joyful, fearless, compassionate, and reverent. We can remind ourselves and others that this is true. Revhumanism acknowledges that humanity is part of a living, growing cosmos, with everyone intrinsically having a transcendent divine nature. Revhumanism invites us to live true to our highest potential of embodying more wisdom than cleverness, more hope than cynicism, more humility than hubris, more empathy than apathy, and more reverence than insolence. Revhumanism represents a radical invitation for each of us to be the highest level embodiment of consciousness that we wish to see in the world. When we see everyone and everything from the perspective of reverence, then doors to adjacent possible realities open where we did not observe any doors before. Evidence of human evolution in the Mandela effect is quite clear to me. This is a topic I've been tracking for 20 years, more than 20 years now. And what I mean by that is that evidence exists that humanity is actuating high levels of sovereign agency, and we're doing it together. We're doing this in a way that there's an experience now showing up in which increased awareness of alternate histories is happening. We call this the Mandela effect, and it shows us without doubt that histories can and do change, that our memories of past events can differ noticeably from currently agreed upon facts. Many people thus remember things that now officially never occurred, such as the heart being located slightly on the left. I certainly remember that. I do the Pledge of Allegiance in the United States of America, My school teacher would say, put your hand over your heart that's slightly to the left, always using it as a teaching opportunity. I'd go to get my blood pressure taken. It would always be done on the left arm because it would be more accurate. Now, none of those things are necessary. Heart's in the center. It's one of many changes that many people around the world are noticing. So people are now sharing memories of these different histories and sometimes experiencing reality shifts where things appear, disappear, transform, transport, or they might notice changes in the experience of time. Insights from this Mandela effect provide clues that we're all naturally possessing quantum superpowers that are best employed in accordance with the spiritual wisdom that we've all been talking about today. Shared experiences of Mandela effects, reality shifts, and miraculous changes to reality demonstrate what profound differences observational perspective can make. And that is huge. This is, I think, the biggest news story that came out of 2019 was research conducted in the previous year. And it was conducted by scientists in the University at Austria, Carlos Bruckner and his associates in collaboration with physicists at the University of Edinburgh, Scotland. And basically what they're showing is that there may be no such thing as objective reality, that indeed you can have two subjective observers at a singular place and time, both of these observational devices equally trustworthy, both of them recording completely different facts about what just happened right here and right now. This means that we are more certainly in the quantum age where subjective reality is the truth. And that means, how do we come together as a collective? How do we agree on things? Obviously, it's everything we're talking about today. And we need to base everything we're doing with this kind of spiritual wisdom and with this reverence that I'm discussing now. So the majority of Mandela effect experiencers are empaths. They're recognized as intuitive feelers on the Myers-Briggs test. Empaths in general, normally, or what used to be the truth before I recorded this, comprise 25% of the population. Some of them are just 1.3%, like the INFJs. It's remarkable. However, what's interesting about this is the majority right now of Mandela effect experiencers, some 75%, are these very same empaths, these very same intuitive feelers. So 25% are experiencing 75% of the effect. I think we're at a tipping point. I'm sure we're going to see this is changing. Empathy is a skill that can be learned. It's already happening. We're becoming more empathic collectively. More people are experiencing the Mandela effect. And so we see evidence to support all of this concept of subjective rather than objective reality, not just in the experiments that I talked about, but also in the work of myself and other researchers, such as Mary Rose Barrington, who is very famous for the Society of Psychical Research in England, and the Australian, there's a professor at the Western Sydney University, forgetting his name right now, but he had a book called DOPP, Disappearing Object Phenomenon. So these are other researchers that are showing this has been around. It's been around actually, as Mary Rose Barrington shows, for a long time, hundreds of years. So we each have the ability to access much larger levels of self than we ordinarily acknowledge. And at these levels of self, we can gain awareness of potential future events. And it's just a normal thing that we can do. We can gain experience of simultaneous possible realities and move through them. We can recognize ways perspective influences reality, and therefore change our perspective in order to change our reality. And we can experience miraculous reality shifts and so much more. I could spend a lot more than 15 minutes talking about what is possible. But the point is that I'd like to share today that humanity is actuating high levels of sovereign agency with natural quantum superpowers in this time of challenge right now. And these are best employed in accordance with spiritual wisdom. Insights from the Mandela effect and recent studies in quantum physics are providing us clues by which we can better envision a positive future for humanity that is founded in wisdom, connection, kindness, reverence, and love. And this word apocalypse that some people are so afraid of, it's just a word that's derived from the Greek word apocalyptian, meaning to take the cover off. And it's associated with times of unveiling and revelation. And we are living through times of great change. And we are unveiling how our choice of perspective and what we choose to put our faith in can make all the difference in the future and in the future worlds that we next experience. With humility, we acknowledge that there exists a hidden order. With empathy, we see through the eyes of our heart. With reverence, we remember that we are all connected. So I invite all of us to acknowledge our best possible future selves today and always by remembering to keep asking my personal favorite question, which is how good can it get? Thank you so much. I think you're muted again.
Okay, now you can hear me. I haven't so time. So lovely, Cynthia. Thank you so much for all this information that you shared with us. And it's all scientific experimentation and research. And this is wonderful because we experience this in our being, but also now science is coming with information about this. So everything is connecting now, like the science is supporting what we're experiencing in our being. And this is what makes us more powerful. So science is not an enemy anymore, but is supporting the growth of human beings on Earth. Sometimes I see science as a diversion, but it is not, because now everything is growing as one. And I think this is helping us a lot. Any questions for Cynthia before we move on?
I have a question for Cynthia. I would love to hear your opinion on this, Cynthia. Some have said that the next wave of folks that move into self-realization or awakening, I just happen not to prefer that awakening word, right? But some have said that technology will be the platform that gets this next group through. For me, it was spirituality. For many of us, it's been spirituality. But what do you think about that? What are your thoughts about that? Like virtual reality, that is the, what is real? You and I say the same thing, really, it's all real. So, but what do you think about that as a technology for waking up?
Yes. Well, my main point today is I'm really bringing up this word Revhumanism to show it in contrast with transhumanism, just to understand that the technologies can be tools, they can be helpful, but there can be a trap if we start putting that as some kind of a god or some kind of savior. If we think for a moment or even for a second that our new god can be artificial general intelligence, no, it can't. I hope nobody listening feels like that would be true. But getting back to your question, those can be wonderful spring point boards. They can be jumping off points. So when we play with different artificial realities, either in games or with new technologies that enable us to feel that we're really in another world, that we can create it, that can be a tool. It can be useful for us to recognize, wow, I can create a whole world. I can play with this. And to that degree, that can be useful. But I need to bring it back to what Barbara first said today, which is all about communities and about being here for the earth, because there's a danger if we let it be a danger. Hopefully we won't, that the toy and the play and the game can become all encompassing. And at some point we might make a mistake to think that it's enough that I'm in my own private world with this game because everything's perfect there. That's really not the case. To me, it's quite obvious that's not the case, but I think it really bears mentioning today. That's why I'm making such a big point that I would like to bring us back to a return to that natural way of living and looking at things. The indigenous peoples, and I've been to conferences of the language of spirit, which are fabulous, where I've been able to hear First Nations and indigenous peoples talk about their traditions. They really talk about the fact that the humans on this planet at many times have had great technologies. They've had the ability to annihilate themselves, which I guess they've done. So that's interesting. Interesting in the sense that I personally don't want to do that. I think let's find out how good it can get for all of us. Let's do this. Let's learn together that we can create reality. We really are doing it in real life. And it may seem frustrating at times, but it's just asking us to grow up and be mature, be responsible, be wise. And it's worth it. So worth it, because then we have actual connection with other vibrant creators that we can interact with. Everything from the garden. Last night I went out to the garden. I dug up some potatoes that I'd planted. I'd forgotten when, but I could tell they were right because the greens were big and we needed potatoes, and some of ours in the house had kind of gone a bit soft or whatever. So I put the soft ones into the soil and I harvested the new ones that had the greens, but the little baby ones, it's like when you're fishing, you put those back. And I think we all need that. We need to touch the earth. We need to recognize I'm making dinner and what's in my cupboard looks a little sad. No problem. I'm going to put the sad ones in the dirt. I think this is much more than a metaphor. To me, this is such a thing. It's like, let's do that with our toys. Like sometimes they break down, but that's not the end of the world. So if we get feedback or someone's not there on time, let's be community. Let's be good for each other. And let's use these tools as what they really are, opportunities for us to come into our true sovereignty, not to give the kingdom of the cosmos and the living cosmos breathing and growing that it is to some artificial intelligence and ever for a moment think, well, we're caught in some kind of a simulation and there must be something that's telling us what to do. Nonsense. That doesn't feel right. And I would hope none of the speakers today feel differently, but from what I've heard, we all are on the same page on this.
Thank you. Yeah, I just love the way you answered that. I just love the way you answered that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Wanda.
So it was lovely that you started talking about technology and then you ended up talking about how to make dinner and how to be community. So this is exactly where we need to go. Technology is fun and it's great to use it, but what about our main needs? And I love this as well. I loved your answer. Thank you so much. Thank you for this beautiful wisdom that you shared with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on, and Laurie is here with us now. Thank you, Laurie, for coming.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Thank
you for being here with us.
I'm so sorry for my misunderstanding.
Don't worry, it's absolutely fine. This happens sometimes, not a problem.
Yeah, I thought I was going in through Facebook. I thought I was supposed to access through Facebook, so I didn't realize. But here I am. Yay!
No problem, it's fine. So I just need to go up a little. Okay. So Laurie is going to talk about the root cause of all disease for people and animals. I know that you love animals and you've worked with animals before. So you have lots to share about this, and it's lovely, it's very beautiful. So Laurie is a best-selling author, speaker, spiritual teacher, Ascension guide, multidimensional channel, intuitive animal communicator who assists others to awaken to their alignment with a divine source which exists within each and every being so that all beings can live their best lives ever. She is a best-selling author of the books How Psychic Are You?, 7 Simple Steps to Unlocking Your Psychic Potential, Learn Animal Communication, and much more. For over 20 years, Laurie has transformed the lives of thousands of humans and animals around the world with her channeled ascension guidance, energy healing, and animal communication. She offers seminars and workshops about how we can improve our lives by learning from animals and aligning with our true divine source. That's lovely. Thank you so much, Laurie, for your contribution to this symposium. And we're looking forward to listening to you and receiving your light and wisdom.
Well, thanks for having me. So yeah, I guess I just go. Is that the way? Is that the way we? Well, here's where I'd love to start for anyone who is listening is, where do you think the root cause of anything begins? Anything, whether it's illness, physical disease, mental dis-ease, mental illness, whether it's financial challenges or wealth or abundance, or whether it's intelligence, anything, where do you think it begins? Where does anyone, and I'm actually not seeing the Facebook at the moment because now I'm on the other one. I can't be on live on the Facebook, so I don't get to see your feedback. But so it all begins in the state of awareness, everything. And if we can recognize the state of awareness is a vibrational frequency, it's a frequency of vibration, that's where everything begins. That's where everything is. That's where all physical issues, emotional issues, and mental issues that we exist in, or that we have and experience, that's where relationship issues exist. That's where we create from our state of awareness. And that state of awareness is a vibrational bandwidth. So let's take it just for a moment to the global situation that we can see on planet Earth. There's right now a whole set of people and belief systems that are believing in and co-creating, having an experience, a very real experience for them that we could call COVID. We could call it a virus. But that was created from a state of awareness. And to those beings who are having that experience, which is very real for them, they're experiencing a vibrational bandwidth. They're in a vibrational bandwidth where that is existing. But it's optional, and they don't necessarily know it. They don't know that it's optional. So let's say that an animal or a human has a dis-ease of any kind, whether it's a physical dis-ease, an emotional, I mentioned this, or a financial state of being, or a state of experience in a relationship to another person, another animal, another organization or group, the mass media. That is all a vibrational bandwidth, a state of awareness. And even the speaker who spoke earlier, Cynthia, what a beautiful presentation you did. The state of awareness that any one being has, that we could say is a mandala effect, right? This is because all realities are now simultaneously existing without an extreme vibrational dissonance between them. So in other words, we could say the vibrational bandwidths are very blended right now, or overlapping, like stair steps in a sense, that are all overlapping. And so there's what we call bleed throughs, which are called mandala effect also, where we can see or peer into another state of reality, but it's not necessarily ours. So it becomes very important right now to understand our own vibrational resonance, our own vibrational bandwidth, our own vibrational frequency, to anchor it in through our body vehicle, our awareness, our consciousness, to energetically choose with our whole state of being our vibrational bandwidth, because then we get to choose our experience consciously, rather than being the victim of it, such as like a COVID related experience. Because it's not to say that those experiences aren't real. It's just that the people having those experiences typically are vibrating in a bandwidth, people and animals, where fear and dis-ease exists. And so to get out of that kind of experience, any one of us must energetically shift not only through our awareness, and then shift our vibrational experience. I hope this is making sense to everybody. So it's not to say that any experience is wrong or bad. It's just that some experiences are more desirable to us. And in order to have the experiences that are more desirable, it now requires us to consciously become aware. This experience is available, so is this, so is that, so is that. And here's the one I'm going to choose. And so in choosing that, I have to become vibrationally resonant, in other words, harmonious with that experience. And this is why I'll go again to mandala effect, is the sense you can see all the experiences. And if you're conscious of the fact that there's just bleed through, the awareness of all experiences overlapping so that one can make a conscious choice. Now it's a matter of vibrationally matching up, energetically, vibrationally matching up in that That is the massive challenge for humanity at this time, because our old paradigm, our old way of seeing, perceiving, and believing, and energetically vibrating, was that something in the external world dictated our reality. Everything that we have been taught, that we've believed up until the last few years, really, I'd say it started maybe in a conscious way, 2011, 2012. Everything that we've believed was that the external world dictated our reality. So COVID is something in the external world that dictates our reality. Just again, using that as an example, because we can all relate to it in this moment. You know, any form of dis-ease, name your disease, diabetes, cancer, you know, lack, poverty, go on and on, right? Relationship troubles, job troubles, career troubles or challenges or successes. It was something in the external world that dictated the experience, and we perceived ourselves to be at the effect of it or the result of it. And now with our awareness, because we're all leveling up to a new state of consciousness, we're realizing, no, it's not the external world that dictates the experience. It is my internal awareness. And by gaining sovereignty over my mind, now that word is becoming very popular these days, by liberating my mind from believing that the external world has power and authority and dominion over me, and by reclaiming sovereignty over my vehicle, my body vehicle, my energetic frequency of my body vehicle, I can now have an entirely different experience. I can heal and resolve any dis-ease, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, relationship, financial, anything. I can resolve it from within myself by reclaiming sovereignty over my awareness, shifting my consciousness, my perspective, and up-leveling my vibrational resonance. So we are no longer at the effect of the external world. Now, this is a massive jump. This is a massive, massive evolutionary shift for us to make this jump, because it is not an easy one. If you are a person who, a great example is allergies, believes that you have allergies. Great example, the bottom belief, because it's all stemming from our awareness, our consciousness. So the bottom belief here, we just dig into our consciousness, into our unconscious of allergies. The bottom belief is something in the external world has power over me. Something in the external world, hay fever, whatever it is. And that's a perfect example of how humanity has been conditioned to believe. So the news is a great example of how humanity is giving our power away to an external authority that is basically claiming dominion over our awareness and saying, oh, there's this horrible thing out there. Be very afraid because it could get you. It's a perfect example of what I call the monkey mind. If we look at the news, it's a bunch of what I call flying monkeys in the monkey mind saying, this is true. No, this is true. Oh, this is true. This is true. But really all it is a bunch of awareness out there offering you a perspective and a vibrational resonance. I'm saying you, but I mean all of us. So at this time, it behooves us. It has literally gotten to a point in the calendar year of 2020 of like a life or death type of experience to reclaim sovereignty over the mind and the awareness, and then to shift and transform the energetic experience. And as we do so, we realize, that frequency bandwidth is not my frequency bandwidth. I'm no longer resonating there. It's just not my truth. But somebody in that frequency bandwidth, they just might think this is insane. They can't understand this other frequency bandwidth where you could say, I'm completely immune and impervious to this. It's just not in my frequency bandwidth. It's like looking through a window, peering into another reality. It's there, but it's not my resonance. This is what we're leveling up to. This is such a massive evolutionary shift for us. And one of the major ways we make this shift, I think it was Sydney who was talking about breathing, and I didn't hear your whole presentation, but I honor you, sister, for what I did pick up was that it's really about shifting our vibration. Meditation, breath work is a massive way to do that. And of course, working with all realms of consciousness at these sort of higher frequency vibrations. Higher meaning more light encoded, more light filled, more pure awareness. So I hope this is making sense. And I also would just love to add one other piece about the animals, because of course, so much of, for me, where I've learned this, and huge part of how I've come into this awareness on my own is from the lessons I learned from animals, because my personal journey started through my love for animals when I basically made a bold decision about 15 or so years ago to leave my rat race slave job. I was a good slave on the hamster wheel. And I left my job and became a dog trainer. And I was hired by a gentleman who spent 20 years working for the United States government, training military service animals. And so when he hired me and recruited me, and he would film me every day doing all my dog training, he would teach me, you have to go, blank in the brain, that everything has to be automatic. And so I got very good at going blank in the brain, but then I could hear the animals. And they would say, you listen to me and I will teach you. That's what they would say. And that's where my journey kind of started. And when I started listening to the animals, and what I started learning from them is that they all have this universal language of energy that we all speak. And that's what their mission is here, to be the vibrational energy of the various kinds of qualities, energetic qualities or virtues, the universal laws. I talk to universal laws. They teach, in order to work with them, we have to have these virtues embodied. The animals are holding or embodying these virtues, these qualities that are vibrational resonances that humans are just learning. We're just beginning to learn these. So as I worked with the animals and they would share these teachings and their learning and their knowledge and wisdom with me, and through my love for them and my desire to be of service and contribution to the animal kingdom, I started to realize, well, all humans are animals, and all humans are learning these vibrational shifts and changes, this universal language of love. We are here to help the humans. That's what they basically say. And what they also say is that the animals who live with humans are already aware of the vibrational resonance of the humans that they live with. And so they sort of take this on, in a sense, empathically, sensitively, because I've always said, they taught me this, the animals are the ultimate empaths. They are the ultimate empaths because they don't have to sit here and analyze what they're feeling. They just know through the right brain, through their awareness. So they know, that's the energy of stress. That's the energy of anxiety. That's the energy of fear, like that on that extreme. Or, that's the energy of peace. That's the energy of relaxation. That's the energy of benevolence. That's the energy of love, etc. So when their environment is with their human, they're basically empathically sponging or absorbing lots of times this energy from their own human in an effort to either help the human heal, help the human to resolve the issues, or help the human to learn a new behavior. And so in that sense, there are teachers. We don't necessarily realize that. So just even taking that to more of a global, animals in nature are often doing the same thing for that area of Mother Earth Gaia. The whales and dolphins, great example, healing the waters, same concept. Elephants healing much of the earth and storing up the records of the true history of earth in their brains. They hold what we call the Akashic records. So our animals and the cows are teaching us mothering, self-love. They're teaching us how to nurture our inner child. They hold the frequency and the resonance of the divine love of the mother. And they're trying to teach us how to be better parents to ourselves and to one another. So anyway, this is all resonance. This is all vibrational information and energetics that we can attune to, and that we're being given the opportunity to do now. So I don't know if that's, maybe we can take a pause there, and if there's, because I can go on, but is that making sense? And is that helpful for people? It's a big leap for some of it, but maybe we can tune in, and if anyone wants any questions or comments, and we can elaborate if that feels right.
Yeah, that's great, Laura. It's beautiful. Everything that you said so far about the animals and how they're healing us and how they're teaching us. And I love this because we need to tune into animals and plants and earth, become one. Because if we don't do that, we are lost. If we don't tune into the animals and the plants and earth, we are just separated, fragmented. We will never heal.
Yes.
So everything that you say makes absolute sense to me. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Oh, thanks for saying. You know what, I just realized I didn't mention at all the DNA, which I'd love to address that too. So one of the things that is that all right if I
of course,
add a little more on that? Yeah, yes. Okay, good. So as I was working with the animals, that's when I started getting into the healing arts, because one of the big things I got from the dogs, from being a dog trainer, was like, well, we're trying to help our humans. And in order to help us, you're going to have to help our humans. So I got into like the healing arts. And I mean, this was like a lot of years ago. I started getting, started with my Reiki master, and then I got on and on, all different kinds of healing modalities, because I just fell in love with this, all of this stuff. And what happened was during a 2-year period of time, I was living in Maui and I was doing this work. I was going through a radical shift for myself and radically transforming my whole experience and learning from the animals and learning these healing modalities. And one of the things that happened to me there, which is pretty out there, but in a progressive group like this, I think we can receive it. I had what I call an induction experience, which I refer to as my star family, right? Beings from the stars who basically teletransported me on ship and in a plasma-like state, not the same kind of physical form, but it was not a dream. I was awake on my back porch in Maui, and they activated what I call my dormant DNA, or just enough of the dormant DNA in me that I could begin to play with it and start activating it in others. And of course, this happened like over 15 years ago. And since then, I've been doing DNA activations for people and animals. It started just me doing it myself. Then I started doing it for my animals and seeing like, wow, like they're having these incredible experiences. Like they're able to jump walls that they couldn't jump, and they're able to like just physical strength that they didn't have before. And then I started giving it to friends and asking for feedback, and they were having phenomenal experiences. Like in the early stages, it was just people being able to write the book that they couldn't write for 10 years, like in one night, and like just all this incredible transformation in their personal experience. And as I did more and more, it shifted from like just a few little codons to entire strands. I'll never forget the time I was told we're going to do a whole strand. And I was like, I was a little afraid, but I was just following guidance. Like, okay, guidance is saying we're going to do this for the whole group. Who wants it? And then I started getting into like little teeny codons, little like, not just single codons, but what I call keys within the DNA, keys and codes in the DNA. So anyway, after like so many years of doing this, what I've come to realize, here's where I wanted to go with this, is that all of humanity right now at these lower vibrational bandwidths of fear-based reality, where people like that probably wouldn't even be on a call like this, most likely. They just wouldn't even gravitate to something like this. Maybe they are having very, painful, upsetting experiences right now. They're only operating from right now 2 strands of active DNA or coded DNA. And those 2 strands are primarily what I call corrupted, because they include codes for death, disease, divorce, misery, suffering, like, just all the problems and challenges of our reality that we have dealt with, belief systems that war is normal, belief systems that there's some kind of sky god that you pray to who's external to you. Not saying that there's not a God that's greater than us in our individuality. I'm just saying the idea that it's entirely separate from us, external to us. That's coded like a false, corrupted code in the DNA. Things like implants that are from what we could call negative aliens, like stuff we've just never known about in these first 2 strands of DNA, including storylines passed down from our ancestors that were based in their not knowing, like lineages of storylines in these first two strands of DNA that are just causing us all kinds of, suffering in our reality, because they are what I call corrupted. But once we start moving past, like clearing those DNA strands out, which is basically part of our healing journey, it is part of what we call the Ascension journey. It's not like a pill. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something that we do through our healing journey, through our awakening journey of coming more into vibrational resonance with the divinity that we are. What we start accessing is more of the original divine blueprint for humanity, for all beings, including an original divine blueprint for every individual. And this is in our animals too, that is for perfect and ideal health and well-being. That does not include disease of any kind. That does not include suffering. That does not include lack. It's like often, sometimes, parts of these codes are often referred to as the Adam Kadmon body, which is the original blueprint for all of humanity, which does not involve any of this pain and suffering we've been talking about. Now, that's just the beginning of it. That's just the beginning of it, because as we start to access and encode and recode and activate more of this DNA, these sacred keys, these codes that are dormant in the DNA, we start accessing, yes, we all have empathic abilities. We all have intuitive abilities. We all have psychic gifts. We all have superhuman abilities. We all have answers and solutions to all of the world's problems. We are all so brilliant in our capacity. It exists within us. But there's a little bit of a catch, and that is to access these other codes and codons, we have to go through a sacred chamber of our heart. It's like a portal of our heart. So in order to access all these fabulous, fantastic, superhuman abilities that are lying in the other 10 strands of dormant DNA that the bulk of humanity doesn't even really fully understand or doesn't know exists yet, we have to be able to activate our heart-centered love and compassion for ourselves and for one another. That is like the portal that gets us to these other strands of DNA. Now, this stuff is not really scientifically validated yet, but we do know already that science has validated that there are 10 more strands of dormant DNA that they used to think was just junk. That is scientifically valid. And we are having more and more incredible scientists studying the DNA. Of course, that's why everybody wants the DNA, because it's the keys to it's the keys to our evolution. It's the keys to us being able to evolve and survive through these kinds of challenges that we're looking at on planet Earth right now. So this DNA, to activate and awaken it, scientists are even starting to validate now. They found 4 more codons in the DNA. So now we don't just have 4, we have 8. These kinds of things are being revealed to science as more and more humans activate it and awaken it from within us. In other words, our awareness of it, our energetic shift and change in vibration, awakening more of the DNA, up-leveling humanity, is now allowing science to see it on the physical level and to reveal it to the bulk of humanity as real and valid. So I hope that makes sense. It's definitely in us, and it's also in our animals. Yeah, okay. That was a lot to swallow right there. I could go on about that too, but I feel like I want to be not too overwhelming with it.
That's
so
great, Laurie. It's very
that makes
beautiful.
sense?
Yes, definitely. And do you have any questions, ladies, for Laurie? Something you would like to ask Laurie? She said a lot of very interesting information.
Yes, I love what you said. It was really exciting. For people that would like to get involved with the DNA and maybe they for whatever reason are not able to access you, is there some simple thing that people can do to do their own do-it-yourself DNA activation? Thank you.
I love that. Yes. Well, the first thing is I can give free gifts. So they can go to my website, lauriespagna.com/free gifts/DNA. And what you'll get there is a free class on like way more explaining the DNA, how we access it and why it's so important, what the dormant DNA is. And you'll also get a free activation. So here's my thing with the DNA. Everybody has the ability to activate their own DNA. The challenge is that it's the vibrational. It's not something you can just do in a minute. I don't believe or subscribe at all to this idea that when you look at like 222, it means you're getting your second strand activated. It's not like that. It is a vibrational frequency bandwidth that we have to somehow elevate into. And what I've learned of doing this for 20 years is that the way it gets activated in us initially is by someone who's already holding that vibrational frequency within their embodiment and their consciousness. In other words, can't be swayed or lowered in their density. They're able to really hold and embody this. So the thing I would recommend the most for a brand new person, aside from the free gift and the free activation, is to get involved in meditations and classes where they are doing it at first. I mean, I've got stuff on YouTube that's free for people where they can participate in the free meditations to get their DNA activation. Of course, there's a free meditation activation in the gift I just said at my website. But the more you participate, the more it starts to unlock the codes in your DNA, whoever you are, so that you can start to realize and learn how to do it for yourself. And it's like anything. We all have different keys, so to speak, for humanity. We all have different pieces of the puzzle. And one of mine is the DNA. That's part of my divine mission. And so, each of us has different pieces. So I would just say, go get involved with people who, I'm one example of that, where you can start to learn it. And the more you do it, the more it awakens within you what's stored in your DNA. Because again, this is the key thing I want to say about the DNA, is that your divinity, whoever you are, each of us, our divinity embodied those codes in the DNA and kept it dormant for us until the time we were ready to access it. And this is really why in the so-called lower realms, everybody wants your DNA. It's like free, like candy, give away your DNA, in exchange, this whole idea, just give away your DNA to anybody, just you can. It's a little insane to me to be giving away your DNA just anywhere to anyone, and you don't know what gets done with it or where it's going or who's using it. It's because it has the most important gifts for you. You put it there, all of us, within our own body and being, so that it would be there for us to access. So no one can take it from you, really. They're trying to, but they really can't, because in order to really get your gifts, you have to go through your heart center to unlock them. But someone can show you the way until you know how. That's my point. So it's a long answer to your question, but I hope that makes sense. And I hope that's helpful.
That's great, Laurie. Thank you very much for your answer. Mm-hmm. And for people can go to your website if they want to know more about the DNA activation that you just shared with us now. Does anybody has any other questions to ask Laurie? Maybe it can be something about some of the different topics that she mentioned about animals and the teachings that she received. I have a question for you, Laurie, about animals. I'm very fascinated that you connected to animals in such a beautiful way and they taught you. Mm-hmm. Can you give us some more information about what they taught, what these animals taught you? What are the main things about Earth, humanity, where everything is going in the moment?
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so the animals, the overall big picture of the animal kingdom as a collective is to embody the virtues and the qualities that humans are learning to be. Like our new paradigm, our new reality is all about, the two primary, I guess you could call them directives for the new humanity, which is a new paradigm that we're all waking up to now. We're waking up in, and we're becoming vibrationally resonant with. Those two primary directives are service to the greater good of all with harm to none. So anything that is not now aligned with service to the greater good of all with harm to none is being dismantled. As we can see, it's collapsing. And that scares a lot of people, but that's because they don't understand that all of those old systems and structures were basically benefiting at the expense of the many, the few benefiting at the expense of the many. That is what's collapsing. So that's the first directive, in service to the greater good of all, with harm to none. And that will eventually actually evolve even more into, for the 100% positive upliftment of all with harm to none. We're not quite there yet in linear time. And then the other prime directive is that it must be responsibility to the self-responsibility, not other responsibility. So what that means is self-responsibility means I no longer rely on an external authority to be an authority over me. I no longer give my power away to an external authority, and I no longer expect an external authority to take care of me. So you can see how in the old paradigm, which is collapsing, people who are believing in the external authority figures, I mean, I hope I'm saying this in the most loving way I can. They're being harmed by those external authority figures, including the news media. The mainstream media is lying to people, overtly, covertly lying and misinforming them in harmful and detrimental ways to them. So if they're believing an external authority figure and giving their power or consent to this external authority, they're receiving, this is a harmful experience that will collapse. You'll see the mass media will be called into in the next 6 months, probably just after the new year. They will be called into task, like, why are you misrepresenting? Why are you lying? But it's that they're still controlled propaganda. So the point of where I was going here is this idea that they're misrepresenting. So, okay, bring it back to the animals. I'm sorry, I get sidetracked because I have a very full brain. The animals are here embodying the truths for us. So to go back, for example, an animal will never lie to us. If we understand that animal communication, telepathic communication with animals is a way to learn higher truths, because animals will never lie to us. The elephants are a great example. They are storing up the history of Earth, the history of humanity in their massive brains. They have the matriarchal energy as well. This is to balance out this old paradigm that's collapsing. I don't know how I got a little sidetracked with my story, so I'm sorry. It's so much information. But the point is animals are record keepers in this sense. Dolphins, elephants, whales and dolphins are too. They have bigger brains. They're storing up information. When we learn how to engage in telepathic information and communication with them, we can find out truths rather than lies. Because these two prime directives that we just talked about are requirements for humanity. Now, you're not going to find that out from an external authority. You have to develop it within yourself to learn these higher truths. And the animals have been tasked to hold these higher truths. These are just 3 examples. They've also been tasked to hold these frequencies of vibrational resonance for us so that we could embody it. Why? Because if the animals are holding these vibrational resonances, these virtues, basic virtues that humans are learning, kindness, compassion, understanding, forgiveness, acceptance. I mean, it's like anyone who's ever stepped on a dog's toe gets it. Like you step on a dog's paw or a cat's paw, 5 minutes later, they're loving you. They're kissing you, right? They're purring because they don't have to learn forgiveness. They just are forgiveness. They just are the embodiment of that, right? So they're holding these frequencies on Earth, and there's so many of them holding them that these frequencies are already anchored into our physical reality. So that's part of their service, right? They will not lie to us. When we learn telepathic communication, we can uncover truths about our history, about the waters, about Mother Earth, about one another, because they have this. They're storing this knowledge and wisdom within them. And they're also energetically anchoring in the vibrational resonances that we're meant to become. So I hope I addressed that, but I'll say a little bit more on the personal level. If your animal companion, for example, is exhibiting a behavior that perhaps is challenging for you or disruptive for you. It might be a behavior within you as an individual that you're having to either learn or resolve. So, for example, if an animal companion is highly fearful, it might be that the human is highly fearful. If the animal is highly aggressive, it might be that the human is maybe angered and has not resolved how to express their anger. Or it could be, it's something along those lines, right? Because the animal is maybe exhibiting some kind of behavior that's unresolved in the human, that the human who they live with needs to resolve. So they're working to sort of demonstrate the behavior to the human. If your animal companion has a dis-ease of some kind, whatever that might be, it's typically an emotional vibration in your life, who you live with the animal lives with you, an emotion that you have not resolved. So for example, every disease, as we talked about earlier, has a vibrational resonance. What's the vibrational resonance of cancer? So the vibrational resonance of cancer is typically, every disease is calling for a gift of consciousness. The vibrational resonance of cancer is asking for forgiveness. It means that there's some kind of resentment or anger that's held. Now, if the animal has it, it typically means the human hasn't yet learned forgiveness or has some kind of resentments that they have not resolved. And the animal is taking this on because the human's meant to learn it and will learn it through helping the animal heal and resolve this. It's just one example. Diabetes is a good example. If an animal or a human has diabetes, the gift of diabetes, the gift is to learn to enjoy the sweetness of life and the sweetness of living. So if the animal takes this on as a way to help the human to learn it, chances are the animal has an awareness, and there may be a sacred contract between the animal and the human. The animal has an awareness that by taking this on, the human will learn to enjoy the sweetness of life. And it will be worth it to the animal to help their human to learn this and to resolve it and make that change in their life. Again, these are just some simple little examples, but it's every disease has a gift of higher consciousness that's wanting to be unlocked and awakened. And if the animal has it, it's in service to the human. So does that help and make sense?
Definitely, Laurie. Thank you so much for your wisdom. You
Yeah.
shared lots of wisdom with us. And
yeah. So my pleasure.
I know many people are going to come to your website and look what you have there and explore more, because you have a lot to give and a lot to share, and people will come and explore more.
Yeah, for people who want to learn animal communication and telepathy, there's a free class on my website. It's at lorispagna.com, which is LORI, well, it's on my name there, SPAGNA.com/free gifts/animals. And there is tons of great stuff there, not only about animal communication and telepathy, but also about learning how to use the energy to help your animals, and also really understanding that we can help animals. For animal lovers, one of the greatest pains for animal lovers is the suffering that animals go through at the hands of humans. And one of the greatest things that I learned from animals that they teach us, please do not share our pain or suffering. Please do not get entangled in our pain or suffering. Be joyful, and from your place of joy, share all the good things that are happening. So like cows, please share how wonderful it is that now we're getting to be there's more knowledge about grass-fed cows, and please share more about hormone-free cows. And chickens are like, please share more about the difference between cage-free versus free range. We want more free range like that. They're asking us to share the good things that are happening from a place of joyful living and excitement and optimism, rather than us get lost in these sad stories of their painful experiences, because they're saying we're just feeding energy into the pain and suffering, we're getting lost in that, and it's just bringing them down and adding more of the very energy that we don't want. It's not what they are recommending or asking of us. And there's a whole course on that, free, and stuff on the website. So yeah, LoriSpagna.com/free gifts/animals. Lots of other free stuff too. So
That's
anyway,
great.
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. We enjoyed all the information that you shared with us. We're going to move on now. Thank you, Lori. It was beautiful.
My pleasure.
To have you.
Thank you.
So next we have Anna, and Anna is a quantum light practitioner with more than 25 years of experience, working consciously with beings of light and ascended masters. Her graduate degrees in transformative art and spirituality took her to the Amazon jungles and the temples of India, where she studied shamanic cultures and visionary art-making processes. She is certified as an intuitive energy healer in various healing modalities and serves as a channel for the Divine Mother and her sacred light language. She offers quantum light alignment sessions privately and at sacred sites around the world. Anna, thank you for being here with us.
Well, thank you for having me. And this has been quite an experience, quite a day.
Yes, a long day.
It's been quite a day, very potent. So thank you. So what I would like to share, since we've been sitting for a few hours now, I think that it would be amazing to have an experience and to experience everything that we've been talking about. And have a practice. So, the main things that we've been discussing is this connection with Gaia. How do we connect with Gaia? And then how do we become embodied? And so that is really the topic of this experience. The intention of this experience is courageously claiming our embodied sovereignty. And that is the experience of being in our body and, closing the gap between spirit and matter. And when we are integrated and embodied, that's when we're in our power. And that's when we can activate our DNA. And that's when we can come into alignment with Gaia. That's when we can communicate with our galactic brothers and sisters who are supporting us in this global paradigm shift that we're experiencing. So I can share a little bit of my personal practice, which I do a lot of work with sacred sites, and energetically and physically, where we work with places on the earth that have become these vortexes of high frequency energies. And this happens through a reciprocity that occurs between humans and the beings of light that reside in these sacred places. And so we can, when we tap into those frequencies, we can match those frequencies. And this is a way that, again, we nourish ourselves with these high frequencies of Gaia and from the cosmic light. And we can, again, raise our vibrations and stabilize in these higher frequencies and have this experience of sovereignty that we're all talking about. So the behind me, you see the temple complex of Sekhmet, which is a goddess in the Egyptian pantheon. She's a very profound, transformative goddess that I've worked with. She is the lion-headed goddess of the pantheon. I don't know if you are familiar with her, but her name is Sekhmet, and she is associated with a star system of Sirius, and then also Egypt, I experienced the Venus light as well, Venus, beings of light from Venus. And so we're going to we can tap into those vibrations when we shamanically travel to these sites. And all of these in this shamanic world, we work with the lower world, the middle world, and the upper world. And so the lower world would be the unconscious, and all of these unconscious patterns and mental patterns and conditioning and all of these vibrations that we are unconscious to. And so in the shamanic work, in the quantum light practice, we start to unravel these conditionings as we become embodied. So again, many of us have talked about this, that we have to feel these feelings, that when we're entering into the body more fully, these feelings come forth that can be challenging. Traumas from the past, uncomfortable feelings, grief that is stored in the body, and even these patterns that come forth in our ancestral lineage through the DNA. And so the quantum light practice, when we work with these higher frequencies of light, we begin to unravel those very deep-rooted ways of perceiving ourselves and mental patterns. And so as those perceptions unravel and are recalibrated, and then we activate new energy streams that we didn't have access to before. And in that way, we become more and more aware of ourselves as divine beings of light. And so that is the work that we do with the sacred sites. We tap into these vortexes of energy. We begin to match the energy. We move through the lower world, clearing out what is no longer serving us. We surrender to that process and we clear that out. And then we activate our dormant gifts and talents that we are ready to receive and cultivate and develop and share and contribute to the expansion of consciousness. So let's go ahead and have an experience of that, of everything I just talked about, if you're up for it. And yeah, I think it will be a wonderful way to close as well. So to really integrate and seal and really come into this alignment with our own divine selves. So any question before we get started? Okay, so we can close our eyes. And okay, we start with the breath. So let's just take deep breaths into the body. And breathing. And we just sink into that inner field. We sink into our bodies and be aware of the inner field. We can just feel ourselves, the stillness come forth as we come into the body. And we can put our attention on the root chakra at the base of the spine. And breathe into that area. And then we'll visualize a line of energy that goes from the base of the spine all through the layers of the earth to the core of the earth, that living and breathing entity that is Gaia. And we just connect to that core, and with the intention that this is the ascended earth, the crystalline grid of the ascended earth. And this is a very simple way to connect and communicate with the earth, with Gaia. Connecting our own energy field, our own inner quantum field with the inner earth. And we can release any kind of anxiety, any kind of discomfort, worry through this grounding cord into the earth. And somebody else was sharing that the earth receives it. The earth receives our density and recycles and revitalizes with that energy. And then we can receive that earth energy. We can feel the earth energy coming forth up through all the layers of the earth into, just coming right into the soles of our feet. Nourishing, rejuvenating, cleansing the energy channels of the body. Clearing the root chakra, which is the energy center of the body that rules the physical vessel, rising up through the sexual organs and this powerful creative center that we hold in our bodies, through the solar plexus into the heart. We just breathe into the heart. So we're coming into alignment. Gaia, the root chakra, the heart. And then we call forth the cosmic light, the upper world. These divine codes that are coming through the sun at this time, flooding our planet with light. So we call forth that light. Origin source codes that come through from other star systems who are supporting us and offering frequencies of light to us as we become open to receive them. And we can visualize a column of light coming through the crown of the head. And this light cleanses all the neural pathways of the brain. So we can visualize a golden column of light entering into being absorbed like a sponge absorbs water. All the cells of the brain absorbing this golden light, bringing the left side of the brain, the right side of the brain into balance. Clearing all the energy channels, cleansing, purifying, clearing the throat, our communication, clearing any attachment to propaganda and the news media. Let's just clear that out, the communications. And then connecting profoundly with the heart as that cosmic light and the earth energy integrates at the heart. And this is a very simple way to come into alignment. To come into that place of power and sovereignty inside ourselves. And so from here, this is where we begin to work with the sound frequencies, the sound vibrations, and the light language transmissions come forth. And the purpose of the light language transmissions is to go beyond the filters of the mind and the emotions so that we can go deep beyond the mind into the inner quantum field and get to know our true self, that innocence that we've been talking about, that purity that's inside, that being of light that resides within us, that is this divine essence that dwells within all of us. And we follow the sound. It's a vibration that we absorb into our energy field, if we choose. And this is also about having the ability to pause. That's the activation that we're receiving at this moment. Divine pause. So the ability to, when we are emotionally triggered, or observing an event in the outer world that disturbs us, we cultivate the practice of going to that default position of the inner alignment. And here we pause and we connect inside. We take care of ourselves inside. We feel what we need to feel. The uncertainty, the devastating destructiveness that we see happening in the outer world at times. We have to feel it. Because it will trigger experiences of separation. We use these experiences in the outer world that are happening in the outer world that trigger us. It triggers patterns of separation, of seeing ourselves as not being divine, of not being who we are. So we can use every experience that triggers us as a way to raise our frequency. It may bring up a memory from the past. It may bring up an ancestral conditioning. It may bring up conditioning from our education system. All kinds of experiences of feeling overwhelmed, confused, out of control. All of these things. From this place of alignment inside ourselves, we can feel it. And when we feel it, that's when it dissolves. That's when it shifts, because we give our attention to it. We acknowledge it and we include it into our being. We're no longer pushing it away. We're integrating. And then when we no longer need to control not feeling, it releases a tremendous amount of creative energy where we can play and create our new reality. And Sekhmet is coming forth in this language transmission. And she's infusing us with courage, divine courage. The courage to face ourselves, to face that shadow, those shadow qualities that are coming forth as the light floods our system. And she's saying that it's not personal. It's not something that's occurring to create more separation. It's occurring so that we can complete these cycles in a way that's beneficial and that contributes to the collective. So this is how we contribute to the collective. We do our work inside ourselves. And then from that place of clarity and wholeness and sovereignty, we then take inspired action out in the world and connect with our brothers and sisters to uplift them and support them as we all do this work, as we all go through this unraveling of these structures that no longer serve us, that are crumbling before our eyes. Completing these patterns of fear and activating divine courage. And we can choose. We can choose where we play. Once we do this work, once we're in our embodied sovereignty, where it becomes that default position where we live our lives, it becomes completely natural to live our lives that way, then we can pause and we can choose the energy stream that we choose to live in. And in this way, we create our reality. Take deep breaths. Receiving a transmission from the sacred site of Karnak. This is the Temple of Sekhmet. 1111. Sunawahana Shiki, the Ascension codes. And we can visualize this, it's like an electric blue ray from Sirius, that we're absorbing into our system if we choose this column of blue light, infusing our system with divine courage and choice. Focusing on the heart, we just breathe it in. And then we just let go with the breath. Breathe in and breathe out forcefully. Breathe in. The God Toth coming forth to give us so many blessings and celebrating us. He is celebrating us. And this beautiful work that, this beautiful symposium that we've all participated in, and so much gratitude to Barbara. Sonohowaha Shikiso. Just offering you many blessings and gratitude. Sukuwaha Nashi. Oh, this is beautiful masculine vibration as well, integrating with the Divine Mother. And also including all these patterns that we're completing back into the Akasha. He is the keeper of the Akasha. So we're just letting go of all these patterns that we are ready to release. back into the Akasha included. Then we just receive this as this transmission comes to a completion, we just receive this beautiful golden light. We see a sphere of golden light hovering above our heads. And it's just pulsating with this, our highest creative essence, our highest growth vibration, our highest collective growth vibration and contribution to this amazing paradigm shift that we're all so blessed to experience and share with each other. And we just, that sphere of golden light is absorbed into the crown of the head, into all the cells of our bodies. Become more aware of our alignment with Gaia. Align with the divinity that is you. You are the divine. We come into alignment with that pure source inside of us. And we just be aware of that connection to Gaia, that it's strong, and we offer blessings to Gaia and gratitude to Gaia in this reciprocal relationship. We receive nourishment and blessings and love from Gaia, and we offer the same love to her. And she's also offering gratitude to us, celebrating our symposium. Sono ahana shiki sokoro hana ya hokura ha nisiki sokoro ani sono shono ho ahana ya soko hana soko ya chiniski shiko ho no hana I siniki snoko sono ahana si shoro sono hana ya soko sono. The elementals. We can just allow the energies to integrate. Just breathe it in. So beautiful. Take one final deep breath and breathe out. We can put our hands on our hearts. Unconditional self-love and courage. Thank you, thank you. So we can just come back into our symposium. When you feel ready, you can open your eyes.
Thank you, Anna. It was a beautiful gift. It's a beautiful ending to the symposium.
Yes, beautiful.
Thank you for all the beautiful guidance that you gave us. It took us on a journey, and you brought us back, and we all feel connected to Gaia. We feel the love of Gaia into our being, vibrating strongly. And we love you for what you offered us. And we love each other because we all gave gifts to each other today.
Yes.
So,
it was such a beautiful experience. And, you know, this relationship, coming into this relationship with Gaia is so important. And we can always communicate. There's so many ways to communicate with her. And I just wanted to share also that, you know, when we're going through these purification processes, it's so amazing to just go out and lie on the earth and just feel the earth underneath us and to communicate and, you know, ask her, you know, for support and for nourishment. And it's a vibration of stability that she can offer us in challenging times. So it's such a beautiful relationship to cultivate that's always available to us. As others have said, it outside, you know, going outside, walking on the earth, but also we can find her inside ourselves as well and have that same communication.
I agree with you, Anna. There's so many beautiful ways to connect to Earth. So thank you very much for all this beautiful gift that you gave us today, Anna. It was very beautiful, and you had a long wait until the end, but it was really worth it because what you gave us was very precious. Thank you so much for being here with us. And I want to thank Cynthia and Wanda and Laurie and everybody else who was part of this symposium. I think it was a beautiful experience for all of us. And I would love to be with you. I feel like you're my family now. We spent this hours together and we have bonded. It's lovely that we had this experience. And I hope that we can do this again in the future again. And I hope you would like to join me again.
Yes, absolutely. This was a wonderful experience. Thank you so much for putting this together. So much appreciation to everyone. Yes.
Exactly. We all gave part of ourselves to this. That's why it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ladies, for being here with me. I wish you all the best. Have a beautiful day, and I hope we can meet up again for another meeting like this. It was very precious, and I'm sure people would love to watch it and maybe watch it again and again, because there's so much information here that people can use.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Wanda. Yeah, thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Anna.
Everybody. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Anna and Cynthia, Wanda. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.